Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage of the Chile election results. Chile is in South America. It is seen as one of the most stable democracies in Latin America, and there is a question of whether they will swing to the right wing in this election. That is the question. Will they be the latest Latin American country to swing to the right in a recent election? We don't know if it may only be the first round today because a presidential candidate needs to win more than 50% in the first round to win the election. So we don't know if that's going to happen. But it'll be interesting to see what happens and which top two candidates get the most votes and go to a runoff. Also, Chilean elections for most of their Congress are happening today. So very interesting time there. The top issues in the election include things like crime. Crime and immigration have been very important topics in this election that is happening today in Chile. Also, it's the first presidential election since they changed their law to say that everybody needs to vote. Voting has been made mandatory, so that's a wild card in this election. So it'll be interesting to see what happens today in Chile, and the polls close in less than an hour. So we are going to bring you some live coverage. And you can see there it says, Reuters, Chilean right wing eyes return to power as crime and migration dominate election. Our viewer, Jonathan Morris, says South America is going through it at the moment. So we're going to have some updates. We should have some live video. I don't know that it'll be in English, but we should have some live video anyway. And we'll see what happens. Immigration, Cherie says, where are they coming from? Well, many of the recent immigrants to Chile are from Venezuela. Millions of people have fled Venezuela in recent years, and a number of them have gone to Chile. Hey, so thanks for joining us. Thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Ruth Krafasi and Janet B. moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you. Also, we have, hold on a moment, I want to thank our other moderators as well. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. 13 Alamo, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch, thank you. Thanks to our Facebook mods as well. And we'll be giving you some background because I know probably most people, myself included, don't regularly follow the political situation in Chile. But a number of Latin American countries in recent years have gone to the right politically. For example, Argentina and Bolivia. So will this be the next one? Hang on a moment here. Hang on a second here. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. And again, we're gonna get video when we're closer to the polls closing. We're gonna have video for you, and we'll let you know what I believe. I think I checked earlier. I think we'll get some sort of idea about something or other when the polls closed. Although I'm not sure. I thought I had read something that said that you'll get some sort of, I don't know if it's exit poll results or something pretty early on. But we'll have to see. I'll check on that. But you can see here, so just as an introduction for folks, Chilean right wing eyes return to power as crime and immigration dominate election. Hang on a moment here. Okay, so Reuters says Chileans are voting in a presidential election that's pitting the governing leftist coalition against an array of right-wing candidates and will also redefine the country's legislature. Now, there are 8 presidential candidates. None are expected to get 50% plus 1 vote needed to win the election, likely triggering a runoff between the 2 top candidates on December 14th. Now, by the way, the 2 most prominent, I should make this picture bigger. Let me make this picture bigger so I can show it to you. The 2 most prominent candidates on the right, one has had more kind of far right positions in the past, but he has been a bit more moderate in this election, whereas the other is seen as even more to the right. This is this right here on the lower left. That is José Antonio Kast. He ran in the last election too. And the current 2 favorites to be in the runoff are Jeanette Jara. She is from the Communist Party. But she's not running as an extreme left candidate. And this is José Antonio Kast, who is right-wing, but he is not running as extreme right candidate. He has de-emphasized some of his, for example, his social views in this election. And then to the right of him is what Reuters describes as libertarian firebrand Johannes Kaiser from the National Libertarian Party. But something else to keep in mind is, will there be any surprises? Because in 2023, Chile said, okay, everybody needs to vote. Voting is mandatory. So you're going to have a bunch of voters today, presumably, who wouldn't normally be voting. And how it's unclear how that is going to affect the election results. You can see here, Chilean law bans opinion polls 15 days before elections, but last numbers showed Jeanette Jara, the governing coalition candidate from the Communist Party, in the lead, with far-right José Antonio Kast from the Republican Party in second. Experienced moderate-right politician Evelyn Matei, a former mayor and senator, led early polls, but dipped in recent months and has been trading third place with libertarian firebrand Johannes Kaiser from the National Libertarian Party. Something else I want to mention is the current president cannot run because I believe it's constitutionally, you cannot serve Gabriel Boric, the current president, you cannot serve 2 consecutive terms as president. The current president could run again in the future, but he cannot run this time. That's Gabriel Boric. You can see here, Reuters says crime and immigration have dominated the electoral agenda. A far cry from the wave of left-wing optimism and hopes of drafting a new constitution that brought the current president, Gabriel Boric, who isn't allowed to run for re-election, to power. So an interesting thing about this election is just there are themes in it, left versus right, crime and immigration being important topics, maybe the most important themes, that parallel those in other countries. Our viewer Walter Wynn says, I think it's great they have to vote. Making it mandatory is great. Ben Toman says, yes, 1-term presidency is in the Constitution. Again, the current president can run again, but not twice in a row. Can't serve twice in a row. Meanwhile, our viewer Justizen says, imagine being forced to vote in an election where you know nothing about the candidates. GB Vool said, Steve just said Communist Party isn't extreme left. No, Steve did not say that. What Steve actually said What the actual words that Steve used was that the communist prominent candidate, Jeanette Jara, is not running as a far left candidate. Both Jeanette Jara, the leading left-wing candidate, and José Antonio Kast, the leading right-wing candidate, have not emphasized some of their more, I guess, strong views to the right and to the left in this election. Oh, our viewer Lugnut Entertainment said just voted. Yes, it's mandatory, but just to show up, you don't actually have to mark anything. Maybe some people will do that. It's also on a Sunday, note that. Our viewer says that making it mandatory forces people to learn about those running. It produces a more informed population with no excuses not to know who they voted for and supported. Gonzalez says, I think voting should be like a national holiday. Workplaces shut down for a day to encourage more voting, especially for presidency, or let workers leave early to vote. Jonathan Morris thinks all Americans care what's happening in the Americas much more than the other side of the world. I don't know if all Americans care. I think a decent number of them care. Rule says forcing people to vote seems like opportunity for someone to buy votes. Let me see if I can get you a little more on the mandatory voting there. So you can see on Wikipedia, while voting was voluntary between 2012 and 2023, it has since been reinstated as compulsory. Do they get into it here or not? I don't know if they get into the details. Voting is compulsory for those registered. This has been the case since 2023, following an 11-year period when voting was voluntary. I don't have the specifics on how that works there. Hey, AZ Intel's dad, that's really nice of you. Thanks so much, AZ Intel's dad, for your support. I appreciate that. Let me give you some more background on this. We should get video in, maybe in like, Zach K says is registration mandatory. I don't know how that works, but from what I've read, it's not the case that like there's some workaround where it's not really going to increase participation. The making it mandatory is supposed to significantly increase the number of people who are voting. Yorma thinks making it mandatory to vote doesn't force anyone to learn anything about candidates. People will turn up because they have to just tick any box so they can go home. It screws the election results up. Nico 1599, our viewer, thinks a minority of people who voted in favor of changing Chilean constitution for a far left one almost destroyed democracy in Chile. That's why compulsory voting is returned. I personally don't know what the whole debate about compulsory voting in Chile myself. Mitali Chala is Chilean. Let's give you a little more background here on this election. Here's an AP story. Oops. Chile votes in a presidential poll pitting a communist against the far right. Although let me emphasize to you, from my understanding, from the background research I've done, the leading left and right-wing candidates are not running as extreme right-wing and left-wing candidates. Okay? So, for example, the communist candidate is not advocating that the state control all of the economy, for example. Chile is in, by the way, I should show you on a map where it is, because I know not everybody knows. South American country, Western South America. Here, right here, this is from Wikipedia. It's on the southwest South America. There it is in the green right there. Chileans have been voting today for a new president and parliament today in a contest expected to favor the hard right as candidates play on popular fears over organized crime and immigration. So, for example, if I remember this right, Kast, who you see here, who's the leading right-wing candidate, I believe he has said he admires how Bukele approaches his hard what's the right way to describe this? His crackdown on crime, his strict, firm crackdown on crime. I believe he has said he favors that. If I can double check this here. Yes, so according to The Economist, Kast, the leading right-wing candidate, talks up a war against organized crime and promises new maximum security prisons. And last year, he toured the new mega prison of El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele. So again, this is a contest expected to favor the hard right, that's what AP calls it, as candidates play on popular fears over organized crime and immigration. It's the first of what's likely to be 2 rounds of presidential elections. If nobody gets more than 50% today, runoff would be December 14th. This marks Chile's first presidential election since voting became mandatory. Well, it was mandatory, I think, a while ago, and then it became mandatory again in 2023. And, the registration of voters is automatic. One of our viewers said, can you not register? Well, AP says the registration of voters is automatic, which adds an element of unpredictability to the race and millions more apathetic voters, given past elections marked by abysmal turnout rates. Over 15.7 million people are now obliged to vote, and those who fail to do so could face fines up to $100. On the surface, see, this was what I was just talking about. 2 extremes pursue the center. See? On the surface, the election offers Chileans a dramatic choice between 2 extremes. Jeanette Jara, 51, a card-carrying communist and former labor minister in the left-wing government, and, among other right-wing contenders, José Antonio Kast, 59, an ultra-conservative lawyer and Catholic father of 9 who opposes abortion and vows to shrink the state. But the campaign has steered the starkly opposed frontrunners toward the shared theme of public insecurity as anxiety about a rise in gang-driven crime and a recent surge of immigration from crisis-stricken Venezuela seizes voters' focus and distracts from more contentious issues. A Chilean political scientist said they're vying for the center, citing Jara's promotion of fiscal restraint, even though she's a communist, and Kast's decision to drop the traditional values pitch that defined his past 2 failed presidential bids. All of the frontrunners have taken an iron-fisted approach to immigration. Chile's foreign population has doubled since 2017, with 1.6 million immigrants recorded last year in the nation of 18 million. An estimated 330,000 are undocumented. One Venezuelan living in Chile, who's been there for over 5 years and is eligible to vote, said on the right and left, they think kicking out the foreigners will solve everything. If it weren't for my democratic duty, I wouldn't vote for anyone. So that Venezuelan, who is a resident in Chile, does not like the anti-immigration tone of the campaign. Hold on a second here. Venus Tanuki, our viewer, says a lot of countries seem to be going further right. Thank you, Nico, for the additional context citations. Nico 1599, who says if you want more context, you can read about social outbursts in October 2019, national referendums in Chile since 2020 about constitution draft. Bandolero says Kast is not extreme right, he is right center. We have 38 minutes till the polls close. Now, could there be, it is assumed that the two candidates who are assumed that will go to the runoff are, there's Kast right there in the picture. He is from the right. Do they have a picture of Jara too? Yes, that is Jara from the left. But could there be one besides those two that finishes in the top two? You can see here a fractured right wing, says AP. Polling behind Jara on the left and Kast on the right are Johannes Kaiser, 49, a radical libertarian congressman. He is seen as more right-wing than Kast. And Evelyn Matei, 72, a veteran center-right politician. Matei appeals to voters wary of both Kast's culture war battles and the hardline Chilean Communist Party support for socialist governments in Venezuela and Cuba. One voter said, on paper, Jara on the left supports dictatorships in our region, but as a woman, Kast on the right scares me. Kaiser, who is seen as the even more right to than Kast, Kaiser has recently courted Chile's radical voters, disillusioned with Kast's effort to moderate his image. Most experts think the left-wing Jara will prevail today with the most votes because the right wing is splitting the vote. But experts think that most likely a right-wing candidate will win the presidency ultimately if there's a runoff in December. You could see an initial win for the left-wing Jara today may spell her defeat in a runoff against a right-wing rival who promises a harsher security crackdown. One 60-year-old resident of Chile said, "We want change, and that change today is about security. This stage of my life should be about enjoyment. Now I'm home by 9 p.m. because of fear." All of the candidates say it's a top priority to control illegal immigration and fight foreign gangs like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua. whose recent push into Chile has fueled new crimes and shattered the country's self-perception as far safer and more stable than the rest of the region. One Chilean political analyst says, the mafias, the narcos, the kidnappings, this was never a part of our culture. These were never Chilean crimes. Kast, the right-wing candidate, wants to build a massive wall along Chile's northern border and deport tens of thousands of people who have entered illegally. He said while casting his ballot, what I believe most citizens expect is unity to confront the problems that afflict us today, which are problems of security. You might see some parallels here with the recent American election. Even the left-wing prominent candidate Jara has sought to burnish her tough-on-crime credentials with promises to build new prisons and expel foreigners convicted of drug trafficking. Kaiser, the right-wing candidate even further to the right of Kast, he wants to hold undocumented migrants in detention camps and bar their children from attending school. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned resource extraction. You know, Chile, interestingly, has some very important natural resources. I was reading an article about this. According to the European Parliamentary Research Service, Chile, for example, is part of Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia in South America are part of the lithium triangle. They form the lithium triangle, holding about half of the world's lithium, measured lithium resources. Those three countries in South America, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. Also, Chile is the world's largest copper producer. Our viewer Camba Peliao says, yes, copper and lithium. Steelbread believes most of the migrants there are from Haiti and Venezuela. New York committee thinks the candidate Kaiser is scary. Adult with depression thinks that Marx would be embarrassed with Jara calling herself a communist. Jonathan Morris says, law and order are first. Everything else cannot last without it. So I think, certainly it would be a surprise if the top two candidates are not Jara, the communist left-wing candidate, and Kast, the right-wing candidate. But you never know. Again, the voting has been made mandatory there. So 31 minutes and 48 seconds till the polls close. Carlton Berg says it's pronounced Johannes, not Johannes. I don't know, actually, how this first name is pronounced. I'll see if I can get a better idea of that. I just looked up something online that says Johannes, so I'm going to go with Johannes. I appreciate the correction from the viewer. Empath Nurse says it sucks that politics have to become so extremist. Another important issue in the election is the economy there. You can see AP says high unemployment, sluggish growth. Jara, the left-wing candidate, was labor minister. Is she still labor minister? That I'm not sure about. Former labor minister. As labor minister, Jara, the leading left-wing candidate, pioneered some of the government's landmark welfare measures, raising the minimum wage, boosting pensions, and shortening the work week to 40 from 45 hours to address Chile's current cost of living crisis, which in 2019 helped fuel the country's most significant social upheaval since the 1990 fall of General Augusto Pinochet's dictatorship. She proposes a living monthly income of $800, but she also stresses the need to keep a lid on public debt. One voter, an English teacher in Santiago, said, "She is a communist in name only. To me, she isn't an ideological symbol. She's someone who gets things done." Meanwhile, taking a page from the playbook of President Javier Milei in Argentina, the right-wing candidate Kast vows to shrink the public payroll and slash corporate taxes in a bid to revive a stagnant economy that has slowed the pace of job creation as immigrants flood the labor market. Unemployment hovers at a high 8.6%. Kast, the right-wing candidate, has said he will cut more than $6 billion in spending over 18 months, something that the center-right candidate, Matei, an economist, says will be totally and absolutely impossible. Kaiser, the further right-wing candidate, further to the right, promises to go further by slashing up to $15 billion in spending. And this law and order election stands in stark contrast to the election just 4 years ago in Chile, when Boric, a tattooed ex-student protest leader, handily beat Kast in a runoff as voters outraged over widening inequality backed the then 35-year-old's promises of sweeping social change. But post-pandemic economic constraints and legislative opposition restricted Boric's ambitions, while carjackings, kidnappings, and sex trafficking dominated TV news, stirring panic even as homicide rates have fallen in the last 2 years. So just 4 years ago, widening inequality was a big theme in the election. But this year it's being dominated by crime and immigration. Sheldon Williams wants Kaiser to win. We have right now, we have 27 minutes till the polls close. Appreciate you joining us for our live coverage of the Chile election results, a country we normally don't do coverage of. But I think it's interesting what's going on there. And again, it could become the latest Latin American country to move to the right politically. By the way, Paula Thompson said, she said, also sounds familiar. I don't know exactly what she meant among the recent things we were talking about. One of the things we were recently talking about. But as I said, there's a bunch of this stuff that might sound familiar to those who, in America, that might sound similar to the American election from last year. Stasha Morgan says, interesting they made it a mandatory voting election. Thanks, by the way, again to our moderators who are here. Ruth Krafasi is here moderating. Janet B. is moderating. Thank you, Janet. Margaret Riley, K. Larry Body, thank you for being here. And 13 Alamo, Matthew Co. High 3, McBridges, and Sarah, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. We are going to have some live video for you shortly. I'll also be checking some Chilean source to see what they say once the polls close. We got to do that. You can see AFP says Chileans voted today in elections dominated by rising crime and immigration, fueling far-right calls for an iron fist and Donald Trump-style threats of mass deportations. Kristen Verdi thinks far-right means common sense. She's our viewer. Kitty Donahue, I don't know where the results page is for the election. I'll have to look around and see. I don't know if Chile itself has a page where they post the results. Is this it? I think I'm on their page, but I don't see the current one. Servicio Electoral de Chile. Elections 2025. Preliminary results. I don't see anything yet. I do have a site here. Let me show you. I mean, the polls aren't closed yet, so that does appear to be the official site. But you know, we don't have any votes broken down by candidate yet. So I'll keep an eye on that site. Hey, thanks to Jason D in Colorado, who got a agenda-free TV shirt and had as a gift for a birthday. Happy birthday! Thanks, Jason D. I appreciate that. Happy birthday. Air-fried tofu, our viewer says, more countries falling to right-wing authoritarianism and kleptocracy. JD63 says, just say no to extremists on both sides unless you're in Chile. JD63 thinks these are not great choices. Sewer Boss thinks it feels like a no-win for Chile. You know, Artist Caverlin, I don't know if President Trump, I haven't seen it, but I don't know that he's posted anything about the Chilean election. I don't remember him doing it, but I don't know for sure. Oh, there was another vote Hey, just an update here. Thanks, Galans, for mentioning this. This just happened right when we came on the air. U.S. Southern Command announced another boat had been blown up by the U.S. military. This is in the Eastern Pacific, but in the near South America. So on November 15th, at the direction of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by an American designated terrorist organization. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was involved in illicit narcotics smuggling, transiting along a known narco-trafficking route and carrying narcotics. 3 male, as they call them, narco-terrorists aboard the vessel were killed. The vessel was trafficking narcotics in the Eastern Pacific and was struck in international waters. I think this might be the 21st boat, and over 80 people have been killed on these boats. Twitcher thinks they were murdered, not killed. Spoiled Brat thinks thousands were saved. Badger says 0 evidence. All Father says you love to see it. Air Fried Tofu says no trial, no proof, no consequences. Taylor McLean says I'm still waiting for the proof this is just murder. So I wanted to pass that along. Thanks to the viewer, Gallants, for letting me know that had come out while we were on the air. But hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. What is going on with this? Why does it say this? Okay, we only have about 17 minutes until the polls close in Chile. Will Chile become the latest Latin American country to move to the right politically? I wanted to give you a little more background on this. Let me see, do I have any live video yet for you? Hang on. Supposed to get live video very shortly, live video. So I'll put the live video up when we get it. All right, so for people who, let's do a little more background here. For people who have not been following the Chilean election, as I'm sure many of you have not. This is an AFP article. Chileans voted today in elections dominated by rising crime and immigration, fueling far-right calls for an iron fist and Donald Trump-style threats of mass deportations. Chileans, well, they now have about 15 minutes left to vote for president and members of parliament, with results expected within 2 hours of polls closing. But I think we might get some initial results or exit polling earlier than that. Polls show that the main left-wing candidate, Jeanette Jara, 51, a communist running on behalf of a broad coalition, she is, in theory, favored to win the first round today. But if nobody gets 15%, there'll be a second round. And it is believed that if nobody gets 50% today, that the right wing might be favored in the runoff, because right-wing candidates are expected to split the right-wing vote between them today. Far-right leader, they call him far-right, José Antonio Kast is tipped to emerge victorious in the runoff if he comes in first or second today. A sharp increase in murders, kidnappings, and extortion over the past decade has sown terror in Chile, one of Latin America's safest nations. Many voters spoke of fears for their safety. One voter told AFP, "Just a few steps from my house, a young boy was recently killed because he was wearing a gold chain. He was shot. And 3 years ago on my street, a young girl was almost kidnapped." I hope, another voter told AFP, "I hope that someday we will go back to the way we were before." This said an 87-year-old retired salesman. He said, "If we have to kill criminals, so be it." The vote is seen as a litmus test for South America's left, which has been sent packing in Argentina and Bolivia and faces a stiff challenge in Colombian and Brazilian elections next year. So there's a little bigger picture for you about this election. Again, the vote is seen as a litmus test for South America's left, which has been sent packing in Argentina and Bolivia recently and faces a stiff challenge in Colombian and Brazilian elections next year. Now, the ultra-right-wing candidate, Johannes Kaiser, said what's at stake here is whether the disconnection of Latin America from the United States and the free world continues to deepen. Chris N., our viewer, says, "Make Chile great again." Fred says, "Do they run by coalitions or just the election?" Well, they have a parliament, and they have a Congress, and they have a president. So we don't know what the breakdown of the different parties in the Congress is going to be at this point. That's also important. Oh, hold on. I think I might have some video for you. Let's see. Yes, I have video from Santiago, Chile. Maybe of some polls. Maybe of some polling stations. Hey guys, look, we got video from Santiago. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. Hang on. One moment. It's Santiago, Chile, at a voting place. I got to turn it down though. Put my headphones on so you're not hearing an echo. Our viewer Camba Paleao thinks crime is pretty bad in Chile, and I hope it can get better soon. Antidot says we closed the polls in 12 minutes. I wonder if Antidot is in Chile. AFP says Chileans are transfixed by the growing violence of criminals, which they blame on the arrival of gangs from Venezuela and other Latin American countries. The leading right-wing candidate, Kast, dubbed Chile's Trump, has vowed to end illegal immigration by building walls, fences, and trenches along Chile's desert border with Bolivia, the main crossing point for arrivals from poorer countries to the north. The ultra-conservative father of 9, Kast, is on his third run for president. He was runner-up in 2021. Now, something to watch is the candidate Johannes Kaiser, who is seen as like far right, farther than Kast. AFP says the former YouTube polemicist Kaiser, who has outflanked Kast on the right, was closing in on the poll leaders in the final days of campaigning. The 49-year-old libertarian who has been compared to Argentina's Javier Milei for his threat to radically downsize the state, campaigned as an outsider who shoots from the hip on crime, communism, and family values. So one scenario that could happen here is that would be surprising, but in theory could happen, is that the candidate farther to the right of Kast, Johannes Kaiser, could make the runoff. That would be a big deal. Robert Roberson thinks, our viewer thinks, people have a right to defend their country and culture. Gloria says, my cousin lives in Santiago, Chile. She is voting for the right. Fred Witherow says, are they eating the pets of the people? Hey, AZ Intel's dad, that is so nice of you. Thank you so much for your support, AZ Intel's dad. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think this building is inside, because if you look at where my head was, looks like there's windows there on the top right. Oh, hold on. Did I miss a donation? Oh, no. I missed a couple donations. I'm so sorry. Thanks to I Need Some Breaking News, who says, and shout out to the community. I Need Some Breaking News also shouted out the mod, says, I am happy to have this place with different opinions. I need some breaking news. That's so nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to our members like Awesome Dude 152 and Marnie and Ariane7 and All That's Random and Corey Bethune, who's in St. Petersburg, Florida. Thanks to DJ XD for the gift subscription over on Twitch. Only 7.5 minutes till the polls close. I'm going to give you a bit more background here on this election. The Economist, in their article about the election, said security and immigration have dominated the campaign. Right-wing candidates have been competing to sound tough. And what's expected to happen today is that one left-wing and one right-wing candidate will be the top two, but they won't get 50%, which means they would be a runoff. And currently it is believed that the right-wing candidate would have a better chance of winning in the runoff. And the Economist points out that this is a big change from the last election just 4 years ago. In that election, the current president, Boric, won by promising radical reform after huge protests against inequality in the establishment. And the leading right-wing candidate is José Antonio Kast, an ultra-conservative former congressman who has 9 children, who has long opposed abortion and even cases of rape, and is against same-sex marriage. But in this campaign, he has downplayed his social beliefs and focused on security and immigration. There are 20 million people in Chile, says The Economist. Nearly 2 million were born outside the country. Around 340,000 are undocumented immigrants. Almost all of them came after 2018, many fleeing the economic disaster in Venezuela. Kast, the right-wing candidate, says he will use ditches, walls, and drones to stop all illegal immigration. He says undocumented immigrants will be arrested and deported. Also, Kast talks about conducting a war against organized crime with new maximum security prisons. The Economist does point out that they say the bleakness of crime in Chile can be overdone. Last year's murder rate was similar to the U.S. and Chile, and this year is less than last year. They also point out that studies show on average those born abroad commit less crime than Chileans. But crime and immigration are two of the dominant, maybe the two dominant themes in the election. Also, just to mention Johannes Kaiser again, The Economist says, perhaps more likely to surprise today is Johannes Kaiser, who is to the right of Kast. He has seized on the culture war issues that Kast has avoided. He wants to bring back the death penalty and said if Chile became socialist like it was in the 1970s, he would support another coup. Hey, thanks so much, by the way, Fred Flintstone. That is so nice of you. Fred gave a bunch of gift memberships. And Sydney gave gift memberships too. Wow, that's really nice of you both. Make sure you thank Fred or Sydney for the gift memberships. Or anybody else who gave you a gift subscription or a gift membership. That's so nice of you guys. Thank you. All right, so we got about 3 minutes left here until the polls close. And I just want to say this again. This piece of analysis that I read you before, AFP says the vote today is seen as a litmus test for South America's left, which has been sent packing in Argentina and Bolivia and faces a stiff challenge in Colombian and Brazilian elections next year. So will Chile become the latest country to move to the right politically in Latin America? Our viewer Dayleth says Kast and Kaiser, right-wing candidates, are very similar in their projects presented, but Kaiser is definitely more resolute and seems to have more confidence too. Hey, thanks to our member Kenneth Colton. Thank you, Kenneth. One and a half minutes till the polls close in Chile. Kenneth's been a member for 38 months. Thank you, Kenneth. And just to repeat, if you haven't heard it, this is a presidential election where the voting is now mandatory. They made that change in 2023. So that's a big wild card here. You could have a bunch of people voting. It's expected to have a bunch of people voting who normally wouldn't vote. Now, I just read an article on Google AI. I don't know if it's true. Google AI suggested that usually there's not exit polling right away. That's released. So we'll have to see how quickly results come in. All right, 10 seconds till the polls close. Will they ring a bell or something there? I don't know. Oh, maybe they just let people vote if they're already there. Okay, the polls have closed in Chile. Now, you might see people still there, but maybe they do the thing where they, close the door. They're zooming in now. Oops, I messed up the headline. I hear some cheering. Did they make an announcement about the polls closing or something? It's a little hullabaloo. What's going on? Oh, I have a second shot as well. I got to get that up for you. I have a second live shot from Santiago. Can I get this on the screen? I see somebody running to vote. Hold on, let me show you this one. I'm going to show you the other shot here. All right, they're closing the look. They're closing the doors at this in Santiago. They just closed the doors at that one. They just closed it at that polling place. A few seconds ago, they were showing somebody running. Maybe, let me see if I can get the person running. Hold on. Here, I'm going to play this right now. This was just moments ago. If I can pull it up here. This was moments ago at this polling place. This was like 2 minutes ago. I just rewound the video. So you can see they're closing the polling place, and I think you'll see somebody running, maybe trying to vote at the last minute. But again, this was just a couple minutes ago. I just rewound the video. Hold on a second. I think you'll see it in a moment here. Then I'll make it live again. She's saying table 521 is closing. Is closing. Is the table the polling place? Is that what it is? A table? Say Sierra, I believe, is closing. There you go. Well, they closed that one. Now, where's the person running? I saw a person running before. I just rewound. This is like 2 or 3 minutes ago. So I'm just replaying this for you. This was just happened. Oh, the tables are.
519 se cierra a la 1, 519 a las 2, se cierra 519.
There you go. He was saying it's closing in 1, 2, 3. There you go. Oh, look, hold on. There's the person running. She's running. She's trying to, did she get in to vote? Did they let her in? Maybe her table's down there. They closed 5:20. 5:18. We saw 5:18 close. Okay, there you go. Well, that was interesting. All right, let me make it to live. Oh, look, we see them counting ballots. That's a live shot from Santiago. Wow, how about this? I always like having some live video. Hold on a minute here. I guess they have paper ballots. Achilles says it's sealed with a sticker. That's what it looks like. Planet says in the nick of time deciding vote maybe. Space Fraggle says democracy. I don't know that. Let me check Chilean media. I don't know if they come out with any exit polls there in Chile. I'm going to check Chilean media right now and see what they're saying. Just give me 2 seconds here. I am checking some Chilean media sites. I don't see any reports at the moment about exit polling. I saw an AI article that claimed that they don't normally release exit polls right away. Stasha Morgan, our viewer, thinks that the far-right candidate is using Trump's fear-mongering of crime and immigration to win here. Certainly crime and immigration are prominent topics in this election. Oh, so they count that, they seal it up there and then they take it somewhere else to be counted. See, it says Presidente. Those are those are ballots for president. So maybe there's a different ballot for Congress. Look at that. What are they doing here? Democracy in action. Oh no, that they're counting them here. They're going to count them now. Hey, thanks to Marek Uinpu. Thank you, Marek. I appreciate that. So they're opening them up. Hey, thanks JD63. Says hopefully we can do the latest in the U.S. soon. We'll certainly have a bunch of election coverage next year. Thank you, JD. Also, Julio Limos, our member, and Jennifer Taylor, thank you. So nice of you guys. So these are presidential ballots. Now, I don't know how they're... Doesn't look like they're opening them yet. Looks like they're just writing on them but not opening them. Am I wrong? Right? SDF says they first sign them. Marcus says they sign it twice to show the vote is noticed. Does look like they're signing them, that there's two people signing them. Is that so like somebody can't throw in a ballot later or something? This is interesting though. Now are they opening them? They're opening them here. This person, they're clearly opening them. Then there's a guy with his phone standing up. Oh, Alejandro Ferrer is from Chile. Thanks for watching there. Now, I will see if I can find on their website. Okay, I have the website. I have the official website that shows the results. but no votes are in. So just so you can see this, guys, there is the presidential results website, but there's no votes in. So as soon as I have any votes here, there's Kaiser, and there's Kast, and there's Jara. So as soon as any votes start coming in, I will show it to you. Actually, maybe I'll put it in the corner or something. Hold on a second. Let me do it this way. What I'm going to do is put it up here.
Vivo para Francia.
We'll put it on the screen for you, even though there's no results in yet. It's all zeros. I don't know if that'll just be annoying to have that there, though. Oh, Philippe, I didn't hear what he said. Philippe Espy said he was live to France. Yes, this is the AFP camera. So that's why the guy probably said we're live to France, because it's AFP camera. I'm going to see if I can find some reporting. Again, no votes in yet. You can see they're literally counting the votes. Tom Kirkman, our viewer, says, hand-counted paper ballots with ID the way it should be. Marcus says, fascinating views from inside. This reminds me of when the last election in Venezuela, that is widely believed to have been won handily by Maria Conchita Machado. I'm saying her name wrong. Maria Corina Machado. I'm sorry. I knew I was saying it wrong. Maria Corina Machado. And then in that election, in spite of the apparent results, President Maduro declared himself the winner. But we were watching. We had for a while in that election, there was a camera at a polling place. I think there were cameras at a couple polling places, and we were watching them go through. Oh, actually, now Machado wasn't running because they wouldn't let her run. So the candidate Edmundo Gonzalez ran as the main opposition candidate with Machado's support. But we were watching a couple polling places, and they kept counting all these Gonzalez votes. And then suddenly we lost our feeds and we didn't get any more feeds. But I remember that. I don't know what the voting age is in Chile. Voting is mandatory there. I can look, but I don't know if I'll find it.
78,
thanks, Gringwish. Gringwish, I can only use the... Gringwish, I can only use the... I can't use any video on the internet. I can use this because I pay for this video. So thank you, Gringwish. I'll have to check that out. But I can only show you guys video I have the rights to because I pay for it. Oh, I have another counting video. Hold on, let's go back to the other one. We have this one too. Let's go back to the first one.
Sí, tenéis que ir a hacer un palito las 5. Ya, primero Kaiser.
Yes, 18 years, according to Wikipedia, it's 18 years or older on election day. All Chilean citizens and foreign residents with at least 5 years of legal residency who are 18 years or older on election day are automatically registered. Voting is now compulsory there. Ignacio says you will be surprised results come. Oh, hold on. She's announcing the votes. Listen. Okay, so you're hearing the different candidates. Jara is the left wing. Matei is center right. Kast is the favorite right wing candidate. But Matei is center right. We didn't really talk about Matei much but look, maybe Matei will do surprisingly well. I don't know. Oh, they're showing the count. Look. You can see it on the board. See? Oh, it's interesting. They draw a box and then put a line through the box when you get 5 votes. See how they do that there? This is pretty interesting. Now the other thing is, it's possible we're looking at an area where Matei would do better. So you can't just look at this one location and say, oh my gosh, Matei is winning here, therefore Matei is going to win. I mean, we could be in an area where it's one of Matei's strong areas and maybe Matei doesn't do as well in the rest of the country. But this is very interesting. So if I can interject here. So Matei is seen as a more centrist right-wing candidate, but she had originally been leading in the polls, I believe, months ago, but had been fading. So it would be an upset if Matei was one of the top 2 vote getters. And again, Kast is seen as the favorite among the right-wing candidates to advance to the second round if nobody gets a majority. Bogan says Matei was a surprising strong start. I do wonder, there's a lot of Matei votes here, and I don't know enough about normal voting there to know whether this is surprising for this area. But Matei is not supposed to be one of the top 2 vote getters. Now, also interesting is Jara is the favorite to get the person who'd been leading in the polls to win the first round is Jara, who is the left-wing. She's a communist candidate, but she's been in the government before as a labor minister. So certainly in this area here, at least so far in this area, she is not one of the top 2. But of course that could change. This is pretty fascinating, though. Maybe, I don't know if one of the viewers, if we have a Chilean political expert who could provide analysis of whether it's surprising that Matei is doing so well in this Santiago polling place. Ignacio says Matei is being seen as the most center of all the candidates. Let me read you a little bit about Matei. Let me tell you a little bit about Matei. The European Parliament Research Service said she had the longest and broadest political experience of the major candidates. She presented herself as the moderate alternative to the more radical candidates. But for a year, she was seen as the favorite. But then she slipped in the polls. So it's interesting. I wonder if Evelyn Matei will do surprisingly well. Where is this table? I don't know in Santiago where this is. I wish they had these cameras for the U.S. I mean, they don't have, in the U.S. it's not paper ballots. I don't know if that's everywhere in the U.S., but obviously if you voted on voting machines, you would not do it like this. But it's really interesting to watch. Nick Nembus says they're going to need a bigger whiteboard. Well, in the U.S., when you have voting machines, I believe you have paper backups, but you don't have cameras. I just think it's interesting to have the cameras showing the actual count. And they're actually writing it on a board. Now, obviously, you would need a lot of cameras. You can't watch all of them at once. But it's fun to watch. All right, so I will say this. Again, let me say this. Clearly Matei, which is the moderate candidate, seen as the moderate candidate in this election, who was for a while the favorite, but in recent months slipped to not being the favorite, in this polling place in Santiago has the most votes. Second place is Kast, who is seen as the most likely right-wing candidate to finish in the top two if nobody gets a majority and move to a runoff. So if it's Matei and Kast as the top two, that would be a surprise because Matei was not supposed to be in the top two. And Jara was widely seen as as leading the recent polling. And she is a left-wing candidate, officially a communist, but she's running as more moderate than a traditional or a hardline communist. But it would be a surprise if Jara did not finish in the top two and Matei instead finished in the top two. No, they don't. From what I understand, they don't start releasing exit polls right away there. I've been checking Chilean media. Let me see what I can see in Chilean media. I am not seeing reports in Chilean. Okay, now let me tell you this. There's one account. Well, hold on a second. I don't want to exceed what I actually know. Let me remind you, this is just one polling place. It could be very different at other polling places. Maybe in other polling places, Matei is doing really badly. So 24 Horas TVN is showing a couple different polling places. And they have one polling place where Kast is leading. And they have another polling place where Jara is leading. So it depends on the polling place. Give me 1 second here. I just have to pull. Give me 1 second. I just have to pull something up here, and I want to just do it the right way. Yeah. So, hold on. Why is this not muted? Okay. So, what I'll actually do is I'll post a link where you can see two other polling places' results. I'm posting a link right now in the chat. Our viewer, I think, might have been mentioning this, but 24 Horas TVN Chile is showing results from a couple other sites, and they're quite different. And they seem to have, now I don't know where they're getting their overall from, because the official site doesn't show any overall results yet. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned this. We lost, hold on, let's go to the other one. We lost that for the moment. Let's go to the other one. There you go. Now, so for whatever it's worth, I'm looking at the Polymarket site, and in the last few minutes over there, what's happened is Kast chances have been dropping a bit, and Matei's chances have been going up, basically, over on Polymarket, although Kast is still seen as the favorite to get the most votes today. But in recent minutes, Matei's chances have been going up there, and Kast's have been going down. Now, I might... Unfortunately, with this one, we can hear it, but we can't see the count. So let's listen in and see what she's saying. We're hearing like two, I think we're hearing two at once. I think we're hearing two counts at once in this place. Give me 1 second here. I'm just trying to pull something up. Give me one moment here. So I'm just pulling up something here. Give me one more second. I have to just do something. So a couple of there's no official results yet, because you can see I have the official results there posted. So one of our viewers mentioned CNN Chile has a count. 24 Horas TVN has a count. But I mean, the CNN Chile count is just based on like a couple thousand votes. Remember, 20 million people live there. So there's going to be millions of votes. So these initial counts right now are very, very preliminary. One of our viewers also mentioned, like, wow, isn't this really inefficient? But they have, I guess they have lots of different, tables across the country. So you have all these different, it's not just one count. I mean, look at this location. You have counts going on all those different tables. So I guess you just do a lot of different counts, and then if you have enough individual counts, you can get them all counted pretty efficiently. Jorge says we have 5,000 votes counted so far. Yeah, on the CNN Chile, it shows just several thousand votes counted. So I don't really have a good sense right now what's happening. It's so preliminary. CC thinks it seems labor intensive but highly accurate. Also, I mean, just like American elections, I don't know which. The votes aren't necessarily coming in from across the country evenly. So I don't want to jump to big conclusions based on early results when those results might be coming from places where you would expect one or the other candidate to do better than in the rest of the country. I'm going to check also some Chilean reporting on this to see maybe if they have any kind of sense of where this is going right now. If you give me a second here. I am checking a couple of sites here. To see if they have... Uh-oh. We don't want that one. Hang on. The first partial results from the official agency that runs the elections are expected any time now, because one of the news stations and one of the newspapers in Chile, Bio Chile, said that the official results. Do I have to update this myself, or does it not automatically update? No, I just refreshed. So the official results, partial results, any moment now we should start getting partial results on the official site, which you are looking at in the corner there. But it's all zeros right now. And I have yet to see, from looking at some different news sites in Chile, anyone say that they have a great idea about where this is going. One outlet said there are still a bunch of stations in the country where voters are waiting to vote. Some people said they are having issues with the sound. I would suggest refreshing the stream. If you're watching on YouTube and you're having sound issues, refresh the stream. No, the other feed is not live anymore. The one we were looking at before. So any moment now we'll get some official results. Let me update people on who are just joining us on what's going on. We should talk about what's going on. So this is a election in Chile. They're voting for president today and also for most of Congress. And if nobody wins more than a majority for president, there'll be a runoff in December. But there's this question of whether Chile will be the latest Latin American country to move to the right politically. AFP says this vote is seen as a litmus test for the left in South America, which has been sent packing in Argentina and Bolivia and faces a stiff challenge in Colombian and Brazilian elections next year. The big topics, the most important topics, have been crime and immigration in Chile. Yeah, I'm looking at a vote count on CNN Chile, but again, it's just a few thousand votes out of millions. And also, I have no sense of what parts of the country those votes are from. So I would not draw huge conclusions from, just like in America, if there were not many votes counted and you didn't know what parts of the country they were coming from, you would not want to draw big conclusions from that either. I'm assuming, though, I mean, we're supposed to get more votes. We're supposed to start getting votes on the official site soon. And I'm guessing when we get some official vote totals, we might get some analysis from Chile. I haven't seen in any kind of like pronunciations in Chilean media sites that I'm looking at saying, oh, like this is what's happening, definitely, or something. So one news site in Chile says that I've heard on from multiple outlets that by an hour and 20 minutes from now, the preliminary results are expected in. So the count should go pretty fast, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying partial results. It's basically by an hour and 20 minutes from now, we're supposed to know what happened. Hey, thanks to A to Z for being a member. Thanks I Am Charlie. Thanks Sevenfold. Sevenfold thinks compulsory voting doesn't sound like a democracy. I don't know if you can hand in a ballot with nothing checked. Sevenfold. One of our viewers was suggesting you could. I don't know how that works. I mean, I would assume, how would they know? But I don't know. Thanks also to Cece. Hey, Cece, thanks for your support. I really appreciate that on Twitch. Still nothing on the official results site. So in the AP article today, it said the contest is expected to favor the right wing as candidates play on popular fears of organized crime and immigration. This is also Chile's first election since the new mandatory voting was instituted in Chile. First presidential election. Over 15.7 million people are now obliged to vote. 15.7 million people. Tariff says in Chile you can vote blanco, nobody with a special box on the form. That's interesting. Will Chile move to the right? Also, if there's two candidates, neither of whom, if nobody gets a majority, who will the two candidates be? It is expected that the two favorites are Kast on the right and Jara on the left, but could there be a surprise? Could the moderate candidate, Evelyn Matei, for example, surprise and be in the top two? If you don't vote, you can be fined. Still nothing on the official site yet. Thank you, Rulepos in Denmark. I will keep an eye on that. Rulepos. Thank you, Rulepos in Denmark, who said there was an airport closed somewhere in Denmark because of some sort of activity, but unknown what's happening. I'll keep an eye out. And a reminder, I am looking at CNN Chile. They have a vote count, but it's only a few thousand votes out of well over 10 million. So I'm not putting a lot of stock into the vote counts right now, the total vote I see on TV. That's just a few thousand votes. Ayudante doesn't ayudante mean helper or assistant? And Cerbel is the national election agency there. Ayudante is helper or assistant. And again, CERBEL is the national election agency. Electoral Service of Chile. Servicio Electoral de Chile. CERBEL. So very soon we should be getting some results on the official site. Nothing yet. The Chilean news outlet T13 says they have teams at more than 100 polling stations, and they have the count of more than 16,000 votes. And in their count, T13, Jara is leading, Kast in second, and Matei is third. But again, I don't know if those are really representative of the whole country. In the CNN count, which is based on a few thousand votes, it goes Jara, Matei, Kast. But again, just a few thousand votes. In the 24 horas count, it goes Jara, Matei, Kast. And you can follow along on different betting markets to see how people are betting. One of our viewers, AD, mentioned that Kast was the favorite on Polymarket coming in, went down a bit when the results started coming in, but has gone up back a bit over there. You know what's weird? I don't know what this means. I went to Kalshi, which is a different betting market, and on Kalshi, that doesn't even make sense to me. On Kalshi, Jara is the big favorite. But there's way more, there's very little voting, there's very little action on that. It says, on the Polymarket one, it says over 66 million bet, whereas on Kalshi it says 380,000. I don't know if there's... So I don't know what to make of that. That's on the first... Oh, I know what that is. Hold on, I know what that is. Well, no. The Kalshi one says they have the first round and they have the total election. What is the Polymarket one? Oh, so Polymarket, we should clarify here. We should clarify. Ah. Okay, so I have the confusion figured out. Sorry. So on these betting sites like Polymarket and Kalshi, you can bet on who's going to have the most votes after today and who's going to win the whole election. So on both those sites, the election, who's going to have the most votes after today, Jara is the big favorite. And that was believed to be, she was believed to be the favorite, she was the favorite in the polling coming into today. But she's not the favorite to win the election, because the polls suggest that no one's going to win 50%, that Jara and a right-wing and Kast would be the two top candidates, and that Kast would win the runoff. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what, so when you check the betting sites, you need to make sure which which bet are you checking? Which market? Are you checking the winner of the election period or the winner of the first round? Because that's two different things. Now, there's still nothing on the official site for results. Okay, so T13, which is a Chilean news outlet. They're a Chilean news outlet. They say there is high uncertainty awaiting the first official numbers, if I'm reading them right. High uncertainty awaiting the first official numbers. What I think is going on is you have these different news outlets who basically have observers at different sites, and they're just gathering information from the different individual counts. But 15 million votes, around 15.7 million people are eligible to vote. Oh, hold on. What is that? Why am I hearing music? Hold on. Is that coming from a different thing? Hold on. I got to figure out where that's coming from. We don't want to be playing music. Oh, it's coming from, I know what it is. I have a different, that music was coming from a viewing event where one of these, I bet one of the candidates is going to speak here. Now, where is that right there? That's an event. That is in Santiago. What is it? That's where Jara, I think, is going to speak. The left-wing candidate, Jara, is going to speak there, I believe. So that's what that is. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then we'll go back to the polling area and show you this. We're trying to get a sense of whether Chile will become the latest Latin American country to move towards the right politically. An election in which crime and immigration have played huge roles. Hey, thanks to our moderators, Roberts, May Queen, Janet B., Leslie, Lady Hawk. Thank you for moderating. Ruth Krafasi. 13 Alamo, I got that fired. Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Riff Tracks. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley. Linda Belk, Larry, and Nisha on X, thank you. From what I understand, any moment now we're supposed to get some official results in. It's also interesting that they don't do the exit poll thing. They don't have, the media outlets don't just come out with exit polls when the polls close, which is very interesting. Now, CHV News, they are a big news channel in Chile. They say, hold on. Hold on. I don't want to misrepresent what they're saying. They have some foreign results from different countries, people voting outside of Chile, which is a relatively small amount of votes. The Economist says that coming into the election, it looks like Chile is headed for a sharp right turn in their politics. Security and immigration have dominated the campaign. Right-wing hopefuls have been competing to sound tough. The current president, Boric, cannot run again because the Constitution says you can't serve twice in a row. Holstrand is rooting for the center-right party. Our viewer Holstrand said that. Where is it here? I have too many things open on my desktop. Hold on. Our viewer Augustine thinks the country is not unsafe, but a little safe but less safe than before. Augustine talked about the murder rate. Yeah, one of the articles I was reading, you talked about the murder rate. It said that last year the murder rate in Chile was similar to the U.S., and it's on track this year to be less than that. But last year, kidnappings were the highest in a decade there. And between 2022 and 2023, violence related to organized crime jumped by 37%. The murder rate was 4.5 per 100,000 in 2018 and went up to 6.7 in 2022. Last year it was 6.0. This year it's supposed to be around 5.0. European Parliament Research Service says that Chile is one of Latin America's most stable democracies, with strong institutions and rule of law. Also, the European Parliament Research Service says that since the transition to democracy from the Pinochet dictatorship, since that happened in, I think, 1990, center-left and center-right coalitions have dominated Chilean politics, with center-left and center-right presidents alternating over the last 2 decades. But if, for example, Kast wins, ultimately, he would not be a center-right. He would be more right than center-right. Tough Guy says Chile seems like a big country. About 20 million people live there. Jorge, our viewer, thinks Kast is far right and Kaiser is worst. JD says Kast is far right ultra-conservative, but he has not been playing up his social views in this campaign. Still no official... by the way, our viewer Coolio says it's the Communist Party versus the far-right party. People fear immigration and crime. Thank you, I am Charlie, for your support. Again, we're waiting for the first official results. We should start getting more results quite soon. You know, on the CNN count, CNN Chile, their count is still only based on like 10,000 votes. The bottom left table is the official table from the governmental election authority there. That is a live updating table. So we're waiting for something there. Nothing yet. Sydney is rooting for Kaiser, who is even more to the right of Kast. I'm checking a bunch of Chilean sources too here. One surprise would be if the moderate candidate Matei finished in the top two. Another surprise would be if the quite to the right-wing candidate Kaiser finished in the top two. Javier Godoy says first results normally arrive kind of an hour after the election. Javier claims he wrote the software in 2015. Now, I can't confirm that. That'd be neat. But yeah, from what I understand, my understanding is that the results are pretty much supposed to be known 2 hours after the polls close, I think. And it's already been over an hour. Yeah, Debbie B., I agree. I do think it's important. I mean, I just think it's interesting to cover a different country's election. But again, you've had, for example, Bolivia and Argentina move to the right politically. In Latin America, you have Brazil and Colombia, I think, have elections next year. I think so that's important. You also have an election where immigration and crime are big issues, which echoes electoral concerns in other countries. Reuters had an article today, Chilean right-wing eyes return to power as crime and migration dominate election. The governing coalition currently is a leftist government. You know, Chilean law bans opinion polls 15 days before elections, which is interesting. Cash Christian said Jara won the majority of the expat vote. Is that true? I would need to confirm that. I mean, Chile Vision had results from a number of other countries, and in those other countries, it seemed like most of the other countries Jara was winning in, with relatively small numbers of votes compared to how many people are voting in the country. Yeah, so CNN, one of our viewers mentioned CNN Chile, Matthew Cabello. CNN Chile, well, they took off the results for a second, but nothing on the official results. Okay, so 24 Horas has about 150,000 votes or so counted. The 24 Horas Chile, and they have Jara with 31% and Kast. Oh, do we have partial? I think partial results are in. Hold on a second. Here's the partial results right here. Breaking news. Breaking news. We have partial results. So I'm going to put this up on the screen for you right now. We have partial results in. That's what all these channels are reporting. Here we go. Let's take a look. There it is. So we have, do it this way. What happened? I just saw them. Oh, I didn't refresh. Hold on. You'll see it in a second. There it is. Okay. So this is with how many? 145,000 votes counted out of about 15 million that are supposed to be voting. So you can see the number one is Jara, who is a left-wing candidate in the Communist Party. Now, she's been favored to get the most today, but if nobody gets more than 50%, there'll be a runoff with the top two. Number two is Kast with 23%. Number three is who is right-wing. Number three is the centrist Mate. Number four is Fernandez, who I know nothing about. Parisi Fernandez. Number five is Kaiser. Kaiser is further right-wing. I guess you could say ultra right-wing. So if this is how it turns out, this would be the expected result in terms of the 1 and the 2. Now, the issue for Jara would be that in the general election, or the runoff election, a number of right-wing candidates would probably all vote for the one right-wing candidate. Now, I don't know if this is ultimately going to play out this way, but again, Jara 1 and Kast 2 is what was supposed to happen, but we don't know if that's going to happen. I'm saying Jara. It should be Jara in Spanish. In Spanish, it would be Jara. I'm saying Jara. I'm mixing up my English and Spanish. It should be Jara, as one of our viewers says in Spanish. Dougie Chan says that too. So I'm sorry for saying Jara, because if you're saying it in Spanish, it would be Jara. My brain has not been working to process that. That's exactly right. So Jara and Kast. But again, now I don't know how quickly this is going to update. Because this is not a huge number of votes that's in. So I'd be interested in knowing what, I'm going to check in some Chilean media and seeing what they're saying about this. Now, Javier thinks they'll update again in a half hour. But let me check and see. Let me check and see what is happening in in Chilean media. And I'm going to put this in the corner. Hold on a second. Let me do it this way. I'm going to put the video on. And we'll make this bigger. And let me check some sources in Chile to see what they're saying about this. I don't have a sense of how accurate does it normally, when you get these initial votes in from the official count. It's not that many, not a big percentage of the actual vote. How accurate does that normally turn out to be as a predictor? So I'm trying to get a better sense of that. Yes, some candidates are going to be speaking, so I'll show you that. We should have some video of that. So I'll keep refreshing too to see when we get some more votes in. But remember, about 15 million people are eligible to vote. I'm going to have to switch I think I'm going to have to switch the video to the other video now. No. We'll go to the other video. I have another video for you right here. Although I think they're playing music, so I can't play that. That is in Santiago. I think that's where Jara is going to speak coming up. That's the Jara event. Holstrand believes that Chile is a Western-style nation in Latin America. Argentina comes close too, of course. So right now, oh, by the way, it says also that of the initial amount of votes in, about 150,000 votes, 0.8% of them were for no one. Votos en blanco, which is when you vote for nobody. And 2% were nullified. I don't know why. Maybe they were something. So I guess somebody could check off 2 candidates or something. But I don't have a conclusive sense of where this is all going. Maybe with the next update, that'll be more conclusive. Let's see here. Yeah, 1.6% of the polling places have been counted. I mean, I don't even know if these polling places are representative of the country. Maybe certain areas count their votes faster. I wonder if they're not supposed to talk about that there, because I'm following a bunch of Chilean sites and they're not really getting into like, oh, into these questions. I mean, maybe they are on the actual broadcast. They very well might be doing that, but in the print, I haven't seen it. But again, only 1.6% of the voting places counted in that initial official result. I think there's music on this. Let me just see here. I'm gonna check real quick. Oh no, what the sound on that is they're watching the broadcast. The people there are watching a broadcast. That's the Jara event. So will Chile move to the political right in this election? Remember that Jara is a left-wing candidate and Kast is a right-wing candidate, but the top two will move to a runoff if nobody gets over 50%, and it is believed that the right wing would have the advantage in the runoff because the right-wing vote would consolidate around the right-wing candidate. So the right has been favored to ultimately win the presidential election, even though the right-wing candidate might not get the most votes today. I haven't heard anything about the Congress elections. Patrick says, no one seems to have signs there, just flags. Waiting for more official results. Yeah, on some of the Chilean broadcasts, they're talking about like the different local... Oh, sorry. We're supposed to get more video from Chile. For the moment, I don't have that video. Give me a second here. Just give me 1 second. I'll get the results up on the screen. More video coming. Oh, I have. Oh, that's different. Yeah, more video coming. All right, hang on. In the meantime, let's take a look at the votes. Oops, that's too big. The furthest major one of our viewers said, I'm voting for whoever is furthest to the right, tall man. Well, the furthest major candidate to the right would be Kaiser. Right now, he has 13% of this small number of official votes. Excuse me. The news station in Chile, La Tercera, one of their analysts thinks that in the next count, you will have more right-wing votes there. Interesting. With the next update. Now, one of our viewers claims that the next update will be on the half hour. So I wonder how much this will change. The polling before the election, Jara was polling at about in the high 20s. According to The Economist. Kast was polling in the low 20s. And Matei and Kaiser were polling around 15%. in the most recent polls, but the polls stop like around 2 weeks before the voting. So, I mean, these numbers here are fairly close to that. It's interesting, Parisi. Who is Parisi? Let me see if I can get some more information on that person. When I've read articles about this, the articles didn't really mention Parisi. Franco Parisi. He's an economist. But I really didn't see Parisi mentioned in the articles I was reading. It's interesting that he has 13.5% there, but I wonder if that'll just go down. Oh, new results. Hold on a second. More results in. Are there more results or no? Do we have more results? A lot more results just came in. Hold on a second. A bunch more results just came in. Here we go. Okay, 600,000. Oh, hold on. I got to refresh this one too. It doesn't automatically refresh. 694,000 votes counted. Okay, let's see here. Jara is down. Oh my gosh, Jara is down to 26.4%. She's the left-wing communist candidate. Kast, the right-wing, who's a strong right-wing, I don't know, some people say far right, some don't, but quite right-wing candidate, but who's been running a bit more to the center, is at 25%. Parisi is at 17.5%. Matei, who's a centrist candidate, moderate, 14.29, and then Kaiser, the ultra right wing, is at 13.8%. So now again, if nobody gets 50%, it goes to a runoff. But it would be a surprise if Kast got the most votes. For example, on a couple of betting sites I've checked, Jara was the big favorite to get the most votes today. Now, this is only about 6% of the country here. But, I mean, see, this shows you, there's so few votes that this is a big difference from what the first official count was. This is about 6% in now. Remember, about 15 million voters. But this is the latest numbers here. Official numbers. Okay, what I'm going to do is check some of the Chilean news outlets to see what they're saying. Give me a moment here. Let me do something. Very interesting. Yes, they are hand counting the ballots. So that's the big change between the first official report and the second, is that Kast is now quite close to Jara. Now I'm assuming that the next update, I mean, we actually got that was about 20 minutes after the first one, and we got a lot more votes. So I think these are supposed to get counted pretty quickly. Vinci says Parisi is the dark horse in the race, even beating Mate. Yeah, as I mentioned, I hadn't seen, let me actually do this. I hadn't seen Parisi really mentioned in the articles I had been reading. Let me just do this real quick. Get this on the screen for you. I really don't know much about Parisi at all. I'm going to hit refresh again. Do we have any more results in? Nope, same there. Larry Martinez says, I'm amazed that an election is occurring on a Sunday. Does Trump have a favorite? Not aware of it. I assume Trump's favorite would be one of the right-wing candidates like Kast or Kaiser. Look, I mean, this is very few votes counted. So I don't know, but it's not like a huge amount of votes that's separating Kast and Jara from the others. It would be an upset if those were not the top two. As I mentioned earlier, Chile, along with Argentina and Bolivia, Chile makes up the lithium triangle. Those three South American countries hold around half of the world's lithium resources, measured lithium resources, according to the European Parliament. Also, Chile is the world's largest copper producer. Again, Parisi is an economist. Now, one of our viewers said, where is it here? Wikipedia says Parisi identifies himself as a social liberal. In 2021, he came in third place in the presidential election in the first round. Oh, I have more video here from the Jara event. Let me just show you this real quick. This is the Jara event there. Then I'll shrink this. Hey, thanks, Crimson Dingo. Appreciate you being a member of the channel. Crimson Dingo, thank you. We're waiting for the next official update. Something else that's interesting is clearly it seems to me that the official count is way out. The local outlets are not ahead of the official count. I think the Chilean news outlets, they have, they get numbers in and add them up from different polling places, but I don't think they just don't. I'm not seeing counts from the local channels and the local sources that are ahead of the official count. Bogey says, interesting results so far. So as soon as I hear of the next, soon we should be getting more official results. By the way, somebody mentioned this. Hold on, let me just check this real quick. Bitcoin, by the way, is at 93,000, roughly 93,500, 93, roughly. It is down today. It's gone down the last few days. I'm not saying it's connected to this. I'm just pointing that out. Somebody had mentioned it. You know, it would certainly be significant news if the right wing did surprisingly well. To repeat what AFP said today in their article, they said about the election, they said, the vote is seen as a litmus test for South America's left, which has been sent packing in Argentina and Bolivia and faces a stiff challenge in Colombian and Brazilian elections next year. We are waiting for more updates. The thing I'm looking for is really like, does something happen different than what was predicted? Okay, now Reuters has an update. They say that with the early numbers, the leftists, the governing coalition candidate, Jara, she's from the governing coalition. She was leading early on with Kast, the founder of the far-right Republican Party, in second. This race has been overwhelmingly focused on voter worries about crime and immigration. Reuters says that, you know, if they are the top two, that would be a runoff in December pitting two political extremes against each other. But Jara faces an uphill battle in a runoff as pollsters favor a right-wing victory as conservative forces expect to coalesce around one candidate, Kast. If Kast and Jara are the two candidates indeed. We'll have to see how the votes come in. No official update yet. Abel thinks Kast is the only choice. For what it's worth on Poly Market, Jara is still the big favorite to win the vote today, but Kast has gone up a little bit since the results started coming in. I think we do have a couple of viewers in Chile watching. Xrod says, I am in Chile. Feel free to weigh in with your thoughts. Why does it keep doing this? Dayleth says they are Chilean. Are there new results in? No, let's see. I keep refreshing the results. I would think soon we'll have new official results. Nothing yet. This is the Jara campaign location where she is supposed to speak. Niku says, how can you compete against 5 right-wing parties? Well, again, I mean, there's multiple right-wing candidates, but people have to vote for them. So it's not just that there are multiple candidates, it's that people are voting for these candidates. Hey, thanks so much to Screenbug. Oh, Screenbug is in Chile. Screenbug says, I just got back from voting and never thought you'd cover this. We are the best country in Chile. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting election. Again, it deals with themes like immigration and crime that have been prominent in America and other countries. Certainly the battle between left and right, especially over an issue like immigration, is something that happens in other countries. So interesting to see how this is what's going to happen, how this is going to play out. Our viewer Maestro Loco says, I am from Chile and thinks this is a big loss for Jara. Well, we don't know exactly what the final vote's going to be. I think if Jara ended up beating, if the vote you see on the screen, if Jara only beat Kast by 1.5% today, that would be seen as a bad result for Jara. But we'll just have to see how things change. More update, new vote, new updates, new update, breaking news right now, new numbers. Here we go. Let's look. We have 15% of the vote in. Oops, you can't see. You'll see in a second. Jara 26.1%, Kast 24.8%. That's still close. Parisi 18%. Kaiser, ultra right wing, 13.8%, and Matei, who is Matei for a while, I think for about a year, was the favorite. She's really more of a moderate candidate. She's now at 13.9%. Remember, we were watching a polling place in Santiago when the votes started getting counted, where Matei was leading there. Well, it doesn't seem to be happening widespread in the country. So this is about 15% of the country right now in. And again, Jara won, Kast 2, but the polling as of a couple weeks ago, the last polling had Jara at about, close to 30% and Kast more around the low 20s. So if this ended up happening, this would be a better than expected result for Kast, who is a right-wing candidate, and a worse than result expected than for Jara. Jara is in the Communist Party. Abel thinks Jara is in trouble because 4 of the top 5 are center-right. Well, I know that Kaiser is ultra-right. And then Parisi is an economist. Again, it's very interesting to me because I've been reading articles about this and they have not been mentioning Parisi, who is at 18% right now. Yeah, Hired Gun says if this continues, this will be a runoff. Nobody will get 50%. It certainly doesn't look like anybody's headed towards 50%. But for example, you have to imagine that Kaiser voters would much prefer Kast than Jara. And Matei is a center-right candidate, but she's seen as a moderate. But anyways, so these would be good result for Kast on the right if it came out like this. Mr. DNA thinks that Parisi, a centrist, is massively overperforming, which might be good news for Jara. That's an interesting point. If it's true, I really don't know much about Parisi, but it may be the case that Parisi voters, as Mr. DNA said, in the runoff would go for Jara. Let me see if I can find an article mentioning Parisi. Yes, but I would agree that Parisi is overperforming based on what I've read about the election. He is running as an independent, by the way. He's a former radio host and he's an economist. He's running as an independent Parisi. But maybe it's the case that Parisi's vote totals will drop as more votes come in. Again, I don't know if this is a representative sample. It might be from certain parts of the country. So there's a president, and then there's also a Congress. I don't know. I haven't seen any updates about the Congress vote today. Most of the Congress, the entire House, the House, whatever the branch is that the House, there's two houses in the legislature, and there's like one that's like the House and one like the Senate. I think it's about half the Senate, and then all of the other House-like branch, House-like. How do you say this? I'm not expressing myself well. One more like the U.S. House. All of those representatives are being chosen today. Yes, there's the Senate, and then there's the Chamber of Deputies. The Chamber of Deputies has more representatives than the Senate. And it's the Chamber of Deputies, the entire chamber is up for election, and then the Senate, roughly half of the Senate is up for election today. All right, so let's go back and show you guys. This is the Jara event where people are, I'm guessing the Jara people, that's the Jara event. And I'm guessing that they're not entirely thrilled with these results. It's a bit less than she was polling. And just to get on the screen the results there, we'll keep refreshing that. So we're waiting for the new update from them. So the first update from they've been updating like every 20 minutes or so, or maybe even a little less. But the first update was about 1% of the vote. The next update was 6% of the vote. And the next update was 15% of the vote. So I'm expecting that the next update will be a big update. All right, hang on a moment here. I'm checking for more for you guys here. I appreciate you joining our coverage. Seems like so far good news for the political right in Chile. Now, let me mention this. Bio, which is a Chilean news outlet, they are currently projecting, currently projects, they think Jara will get 27.1% and Kast will get 24%. And that they both will advance, which wouldn't be so different from the polling, but it'd be a bit better for Kast and a bit worse for Jara. They project that Parisi will finish third with about 19%, which seems like a surprise, and that the ultra-right Kaiser will get 14.2%, and that Matei, the moderate candidate, will get 12.7%. So that's their projection. Bio. They think it's going to be Jara and Kast, the top two, and then Parisi, Kaiser, and Matei. That's what they think. Thanks, Mason D., our member. Is somebody going to come out and speak soon? No, I don't know. Thanks to Ruth Krafasi, our member, who's also moderating. All right, hold on a moment here. Thanks HR Puffinstuff for subscribing on Twitch. Mr. DNA thinks the runoff is going to be a nail biter. Yeah, the widespread belief is that Kast in a runoff would be favored, well favored over Jara, that the right-wing candidate Kast would be favored. Michael Portnoy, if you're interested in being a moderator, thanks for asking. The mods will give you a link that you can write to about that. Thanks for asking. Are we updated yet on the... waiting for a new update from the voting authorities there. Nope, they have not updated the official vote count. Thanks, Be Real NZ, for watching. PBS called this a polarized election. As I mentioned before, I was telling you that according to the European Parliament Research Service, since democracy was reinstated in Chile in 1990, I believe it was, the presidents have gone back between center left and center right. But Kast would not be a center right candidate. He'd be further right. Hey, Brian Duhart is Chilean. Thanks for watching. So maybe, I mean, this is the Jara event. Maybe it's, I mean, from what I understood is by around 6 Eastern or 8 local time, we would know what's happening. Now, are there new numbers? I don't see any new numbers yet. Official numbers. But maybe, now our viewer, The King, thinks Kast is a fascist. The runoff, I think, is December 14th. Now, but maybe as soon as it's apparent what exactly is going to happen, the candidates will start speaking. I'm going to actually put here, Jara event. So people know. Thanks, JD63, for being a member. Thanks, JD63. Still no, waiting for the next update. I just refreshed. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. What will happen in the next update? Kitty Donahue says, oh, on one of the channels, Kast's, I don't think I have that video. Kast's campaign is talking. I see on CNN Chile they're interviewing someone. But I don't believe it's one of the candidates. I don't have the rights to that video. Oh, are there more results? Hold on a moment. New results, breaking news. We have new results with 20, you can't see, now you can see, with 27% of the vote in. Jara has 26.3%, basically. Kast has 24.66%. That's pretty close. This is pretty close to the previous update. Parisi, 18%. Kaiser, 13.8%. Matei, 13.7%. So, this is pretty close to the last update. And now we have 27% in. So I wonder if we're going to see more projections now, because it really didn't change much. So it really does look right now that Jara and Kast will be the top two. Jara, the communist left-wing candidate, Kast, the right-wing candidate, who many call a far-right candidate. But it's interesting that the margin is closer between them than I think was anticipated. And it's also interesting that Parisi, who is running as an independent, who's an economist, is in third place, which it seems like he's outperforming the polling. Harley says not far right, just right. Yeah, it depends on who you're quoting about Kast. So I'm guessing, it seems to me that it's not a surprise that Jara and Kast are 1-2, but seems a bit surprising based on the polling how close it is between them. Screenbug says, I voted for Jara. The far right that Kast represents is against many social benefits and rights. I can tell you a bit more about the policies, if you give me a second here. For example, I mean, if Jara is going to be a candidate from the left, is going to be more in favor of more social welfare programs, that kind of thing. As an example, on the right, you would expect Kast to be more hard line on immigration and crime, although, Jara has been speaking to those issues too. Oh, are there more results in? Hold on a second. Now this is the same as before. Still 27%. Let me mention some of those. Give me 1 second here. I'll pull this up for you and talk about it. Oops, there. Now what happened? I just messed everything up. Hold on. Here's your results right here. There you go. Okay, now so Jara's camp, according to the European Parliament Research Service, they say that Jara's platform I mean, she does talk about wanting to improve security and fight crime. I want to give you some specifics. She served for several years in the recent government, in the current government, and she oversaw, left-wing reforms like pension reform and 40-hour work week instead of 45-hour work week and increased minimum wage. And also the European Parliament research service said that Kast for this election shifted from his ultra-conservative approach and went for a more moderate profile in this election. And his platform focuses almost exclusively on public security. He wants to close borders, tougher sentences for gang members, deploy the military to high crime neighborhoods, build new maximum security prisons. Also, right-wing candidate like Kast he wants to decrease, cut public spending and reduce corporate taxes. Hang on a second here. Vote count is still the same right now. Let me go back to, until we get another update, let's go back to the live shot. Is there a penalty for not voting? There's a fine of up to $100, I believe. One of our viewers said something about it. Sunday's Gone said the fee is $35. I don't know, is that US dollars? One of the articles said the fine was up to $100, but I don't know if that's US dollars. Yig says, my friends in Chile don't want a communist. Both Kast and Jara have been running more to the center in this election than some of their platforms, or so, than they could in some of their views, than they could given their views. I'm going to see if any of the Chilean outlets are making projections now. Okay, 24 Horas is projecting that Jara and Kast will advance to the second round. Okay, 24 Horas is projecting that they will advance, Jara and Kast. And Bio Chile has the same projection. So what I'm going to do is say projections, Jara left wing. I'll just have to say this and explain it. Jara and Kast advance to presidential runoff. And that's what was predicted would happen. And it was predicted that Jara would come in first today, although she's not leading by much. Bio believes she will win by about 3%, 27 to 24. But multiple Chilean outlets are saying that the left-wing communist candidate Jara, but again, she's not running as a diehard communist. She served as labor minister in the government. She's the governing coalition candidate, the leftist governing coalition candidate Jara. She's going to advance, and Kast, the right-wing candidate who is running a bit less to the right than he has formerly in past elections. running on a strong security, anti-crime, and anti-immigration platform. He is advancing as well. And it is widely believed that he would be the favorite, even though he's not leading today, because of who the other voters who didn't vote for either of them would vote for. And I believe December 14th is the runoff. Our viewer Campa Peliao thinks it's still a little early to confirm for the second round. Again, I'm only posting that because a couple of major news outlets in Chile have already projected this. CNN is also projecting as well. CNN Chile says Jara from the Communist Party and Kast will face off in a runoff. Kast is the Republican Party, which he founded in 2019. So again, CNN Chile is also predicting that Kast and Jara will advance. Also, CHV News in Chile, same projection. Jara and Kast will advance to the second round. I don't know when the congressional elections come in. I think Matei is speaking. Hold on a second. But I don't have that video. Matei was originally polling the best in the election. She's a moderate candidate. But she only has now, what is it, about 13.5%. Yes, Evelyn Matei is speaking on CNN Chile right now. We're going to see somebody else speak. The runoff is just the top two. Just the top two. Oh, Matei is, one of our viewers said Matei is conceding. I can't hear her, but that would not surprise me. Well, what does the caption say? Hold on. It says, the CNN caption says, partial results, Matei is located in 5th place. Again, Matei, for a while, was leading this election. She's a moderate candidate, but she, in recent months, faded in the polls. Waiting for the next update. But again, Jara and Kast. So it seems like the most likely scenario at the moment is that a right-wing candidate will win, and not just moderate right, will win, who is running on a big anti-crime, anti-immigration platform. It seems like he is the favorite now to win the presidency in Chile. Some of our viewers saying the flag looks like the Texas flag. The Texas flag has a star, a blue star on the left. I'll show you what it looks like. I can just show you here from Wikipedia. There is the Texas flag is right there. See under me? There's the Texas flag. The blue star on the whole left and red and white. Whereas this one has red and white, but the blue star is only on the top left. Simp Nasty says very similar. I think the people there are celebrating the projection that Jara will advance. I'm just waiting for the next round, the next update. I think it's going to be a pretty big update percentage-wise in the next update. Yes, T13 says Matei recognized her defeat when she was speaking. Now, it's interesting also, there was talk of maybe Kaiser doing really well. He is seen as ultra right-wing. He was running to the right of Kast, but Kaiser has 13.87%. Oh, is there a new update? Do we have a new update? One of our viewers said we had a new update. New update. Breaking news. Here's the new update. Here you go. Okay, so I think we can see where this is going now. 40% of the vote in. It's pretty similar to the last one. Jara, 26.5%. She's the left-wing communist candidate. The right-wing candidate, Kast, 24.5%, running on a strong anti-crime, anti-immigration platform, Kast. And those are the top two. Surprisingly, the independent economist Parisi in third place with 18.5. The ultra-right-wing candidate Kaiser in fourth with 13.9%. And the previous frontrunner a while ago and the moderate candidate Matei with only 13.5%. So I think we can see where this is going. Purple Cat Audio says there will be some deal struck between the other candidates prior to the final election. I don't know how that works, but it's an interesting question, or interesting point. But you know, the thinking going in was that if those two were in the runoff, the right-wing candidate would be strongly favored because there were several right-wing candidates splitting votes. Matei center-right, Kaiser ultra-right. Yes, it's a runoff election with two candidates. Hold on, let me put the video back up there. I'd like to show you one of the speeches. That's probably going to be in Spanish. And for what it's worth, I mean, you can check betting markets on the overall election. In the betting markets I saw, Jara was the favorite in the first round, and looks like she's going to win the first round, not by much. But in terms of the overall election, for example, on Polymarket, things have not changed much today. Well, what I'll say is this. Actually, it's interesting. They have changed a bit today. On the betting site Polymarket, for example, before the polls closed today, Kast was around a 70% chance favorite to win the presidency. Now that with all these results in, that has now gone up to 91%. So since these results have come in today, on Polymarket, just as an example, the Kast is even more of a favorite now, the right-wing candidate Kast, to win the election than he was before these results came out today. He's out at 92%. So this is what we've been saying, is that these results are good for Kast. I'd kind of like to show you Jara speaking. We'll see what happens. Michelle Lee says, happy for Chile. So the news outlet in EMOL, which is a EMOL, which is a Chilean news outlet, they say that Jara is on track to have the second worst performance. The second worst government-backed candidate to win a first-round election since the return to democracy in 1990. So if I'm reading that right, because she is a government-backed candidate, but she only is getting about 26.5% right now. And they're saying that's the second worst a government candidate-backed candidate has done in the first round, I think. But it says to win, so I'm not clear. That's what it seems to suggest to me. Oh, thank you to AD for your support. AD says, can billionaires use betting markets to influence elections? I feel like some people thought people were using betting markets in the NYC race. I mean, I don't know enough about it to give you a definitive answer. What I can say is, look, if you think that betting markets play a role in how people vote, maybe that's something somebody might want to do. I don't know how much you'd have to spend also. Thanks to our moderators who are here. Roberts May Queen, Leslie Ladyhawk, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube, Janet B. Thank you so much for moderating today. Also, we have LB Prairie on Matthew Kohai 3 and Nightbot on Twitch. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body on Facebook. Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you. Appreciate all of you guys tuning in to our Chile election coverage. I think it's an interesting election, so I wanted to cover this today. So the right-wing candidate Kast is the big favorite to win now in the runoff on December 14th. Do we have new results yet? No. Josh B says all the mainstream reports say Jara is winning. Not winning in terms of votes today, but winning in terms of what this means for the runoff. AP in their article described Kast as an ultra-conservative lawyer, the Catholic father of 9 who opposes abortion and vows to shrink the state. But they said him and Jara have been going more to the center in their campaign toward the shared theme of public insecurity. AP says Kast wants to build a massive wall along Chile's northern border and deport tens of thousands of people who entered illegally. The European Parliament Research Service says Kast wants to close borders, set tougher sentences for gang members, deploy the military to high-crime neighborhoods, and build maximum security prisons, among other things. He praises El Salvador's President Bukele for his anti-gang war. He also wants to reduce the corporate tax rate and cut public spending. AP says an initial win for Jara may spell her defeat in a runoff against a right-wing rival who promises a harsher security crackdown than she is promising. Oh, Kaiser is talking, but no, for some reason I only have right now the Jara. I have footage from, so Kaiser is talking, I see him on a couple of channels. I'm sorry I don't have that for you. The video I have is of I have 2 different feeds, but they're both showing the Jara event. So Kaiser, who is the ultra right-wing candidate, he is recognizing defeat and supporting Kast. Okay, so I just saw the headline on CNN Chile. Kaiser, the ultra right-wing candidate, he is acknowledging his defeat, and he says he will support Kast, the right-wing candidate. Just so you know, that's not a surprise. Unregistered voter thinks it's communism versus fascism. Sorry I don't have that for you. But again, I only get certain feeds here, so I thought I might have more of them. But I have two feeds of Jara for some reason. So we'll show you that. We'll show you the Jara. I don't want to play the music. I can't play the music though. Yeah, I'm not playing the sound because the sound is music. I can't play the copyrighted music. Yes, so as one of our viewers said, Larry Martinez, Kaiser and Matei have now conceded. Let me just check for any more updates here. A Sparky pilot thinks Kast is trying to copy Trump. I'll tell you a little more about Kast here while we have a second. So, by the way, The Economist said that Jara is the only leftist in the presidential field of candidates. And this is and the fact that the right wing is favored is a stark change from 2021, says The Economist, when the current president, Boric, won by promising radical reform after huge protests against inequality in the establishment. Jara has played down her ties to the Communist Party, says The Economist. They say her platform focuses on increasing lithium output and raising the minimum wage. Oh, something The Economist said is that she hopes to win the first round handily, which she is not doing right now. Oh, President Boric, I think, is speaking right now, but I don't have that either. So, 24 Horas in Chile says, President Boric is speaking about the results of the election. But I don't have that video for you. I can try to get you some comments, quotes of what he's saying. Yeah, CNN is, again, I'm sorry I don't have it for you. I only have certain video here. But CNN also, Chile is showing President Boric speaking now. So according to Emol Chile, Kaiser, the ultra-right candidate who spoke a few minutes ago, said he would support Kast and that we're supporting him because the other alternative is Jara. Yeah, so again, the president is speaking now, but I don't have that video. I don't think I do. Let me just do a double check here. Yes, I don't have that video for you of Boric speaking. Are there more results in? One of our viewers said there's more results. Yes, we have more results for you. Over 50% of the vote counted. And so Jara has widened her lead a little bit. Jara 26.58%. Kast 24.32%. One of the outlets was projecting it would end up being 27-24. Parisi with almost 19%, the independent economist, doing better than his polling. Ultra-right candidate Kaiser, 13.9%. The previous frontrunner, who ended up in recent months doing worse in the polls, the moderate candidate Matei with only 13.25%. How is voter turnout? So what I can tell you is 15.7 million people were registered to vote, and voting is mandatory. And it looks like they've counted about 7 million votes total, and from 52%. So it looks like most people will vote who were supposed to vote, because the population of the country is 20 million and about 15.7 million people were registered. And it's about 7 million have voted and 52% counted. Yeah, I don't have the video of Boric speaking. I'm sorry I don't have it. I know he's speaking now. I mentioned he was speaking now, but I don't have the video of it. I'm sorry I don't. I didn't know what video I was going to be getting today. Unfortunately, the only video we have of the speakers looks to be like the Hara event. Who will Matei and Parisi endorse? I was under the impression that Matei would support Kast because she's still a right-wing candidate. She's center-right. That's my impression. Let me know if I'm wrong. I don't know about Parisi. Maybe she won't make an endorsement. It's a good question. Iggy thinks Chile is the #1 Latin American country, small but powerful. Ivan thinks Parisi will support Jara. There is the Jara event right there, guys. The president says congratulations to Jara and Kast. So the president congratulated both. I can tell you that the president congratulated both of those candidates. And Kast, sorry. Now, I'm assuming that the president would want Jara to win since she's the governing coalition candidate, but I don't know if he said, I don't know that he would go out and say that. So Bio thinks it'll ultimately be 27% Jara, 23.9% Kast. Bio also reports that what is this? Bio Chile reports that if I'm reading this right, that officials from the Matei campaign recognized the failure in her campaign after she finished 5th. Oh, also, hold on a second here. They say, give me one moment. Bio reported that the campaign team of Matei expressed surprise about how well Parisi is doing. Oh, so President Boric, who just spoke, some of what he said was, according to Emil, congratulations on a spectacular democratic day to the people who exercised their right to vote. He also congratulated the voting authority who runs the election. He congratulated Jara and Kast on advancing to the second round. He said, "We have already seen that only through democratic dialogue can Chile settle historical debts and project itself into the future with social cohesion." He said in the final round, he hoped the president that he trusted that dialogue, respect, and love for Chile would prevail over any differences. Oh, and I guess CNN Chile reports that there are initial results coming in the Senate and the legislature election. That's being the legislature, Senate, and the deputies are being voted today too. Oh, do people vote in Chile? Do you vote for the candidate or the party? You might vote for the party. I have to look that up. Because in some countries, you don't vote for individual senators or representatives. You vote for the party. And then the amount of representatives in the legislature are figured out by how many people voted for each party. I'm trying to figure this out. Now, JPW claims you vote the person. I'm not sure. In the US, you vote for the individual candidate. You don't go in and say, I want to vote for this party. And the senators and the House members in the U.S. are all people who won their own election, individual election. Whereas in Israel, you go in and vote for the party, and then they give the party a certain number of seats in parliament, depending on how many people voted for that party. Holstrand says in Sweden, you vote for the party, but there's an ordered list, and you can cross a candidate you want to advance. So I don't know what it is. I don't have a good sense what's going on there today in their congressional elections or their legislative elections, which is a whole other question. Yes, it's. I believe it is proportional representation for the legislature in Chile. Melissa Terry says, maybe this will help us be able to get all the lithium and stuff we need for our production of cell phones and stuff. Ruth says, nice seeing people being calm. Oh, hold on. I see speaking. Is she speaking? Is somebody speaking? What's happening here? Oh, no. They're showing something on the screen. Hang on. I think they're showing video of Hara on the screen before she speaks. That's what it sounds like. Right? That's what it looks like. Hold on. Let me do it this way. Now I know what the confusion is. There it is. You'll see it right there. So it's like, I think this is the video of Hara they're playing of her before she comes out. Are they still playing music, by the way? Let's see. Can't play the music. Yeah, they're playing music. So I'll show you when she comes out. This is the Jara event. Chile is one of 3 countries in South America that combined produce, I think have about half of the world's measured lithium reserves. Jara, it's Jara, it's for Chile. First round is for you. She is for you. She is for Chile. She is Jara. That's what it says. Hold on. Are we hearing something speak now? Let's see.
Nuestra candidata llegue hasta este escenario para saludar a todos los que hoy día se dieron la tarea de estar en las urnas, de ir a votar para cambiar la historia de este país y, por supuesto, para exigir que se haga más justicia, para que tengamos todo lo que en el programa de nuestra candidata Jeanette Jara se ha planteado. Así es que vamos a gritarle y vamos a llamarla. Se siente con fuerza. Jara presidenta. Se siente. Santiago está presente acompañando a nuestra candidata Jeanette Jara. Chile atento, Chile participando, Chile con Jeanette. Lo hemos visto en las los últimos resultados, que estaríamos pasando por supuesto segunda vuelta.
I'm going to turn it down for a second just because the music is so loud. Sorry, they're playing copyrighted music very loudly. Why can't I show national television? I can't, again, I can only show you what I have the rights to. I don't have the rights to showing everything. Just because something's a national television station doesn't mean I have the rights to show it. They're setting up the podium right now. Kast is going to be speaking too, by the way. I don't know that I'll have Kast's speech though. Oh, I do. I have Kast's as well. Hey guys, I'm supposed to have Kast speaking as well. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Hang on a moment here. So again, Kast is the right-wing candidate. Jara is the left-wing candidate. She is in the Communist Party. And we are about to hear from them. She is for you. She is for Chile. Oh, here she comes. Here is Jara. All right, let me turn the volume on. I'm going to turn the volume on. We have Jara is speaking. Wait a second. Volume.
Muchas gracias por venir a acompañarnos esta noche.
She said thanks for coming tonight. I know she said that. I can translate some of it, not all of it.
Y así va a ser. Y así va a ser.
Maybe we have people in the chat who are
Queridos
fluent.
compatriotas, queridos chilenas y chilenos, estoy aquí frente a ustedes dando la cara y con mi corazón abierto como siempre ha sido, y les agradezco mucho que nos acompañen hoy día desde el centro de Santiago dando un mensaje potente de esperanza y de futuro para todo el país. Muchas gracias hoy día por sus votos y hoy día por acompañarnos acá y darnos su confianza.
She thanked people for their votes and for giving her their trust.
Quiero decirles que mientras escribí estas palabras no podía dejar de pensar en una sola idea. Creo que Chile es un país grande y es algo que no podemos olvidar. Chilenos y chilenas, no olvidemos lo bueno que somos como país y no dejemos además que nos hagan creer que no lo somos. Somos un país inmenso, grande, generoso, solidario y con mucho futuro y esperanza. Esa es nuestra patria. Esa es nuestra patria y que crece y va a seguir creciendo con todas y todos. Quiero enviarle hoy día un abrazo fraterno a todos quienes votaron por mí y también a aquellos que no lo hicieron. Lo digo porque la democracia en nuestro país hay que cuidarla y valorarla. Y nos costó mucho recuperarla para que hoy día se ponga en riesgo. Quiero saludar también en este camino que ha sido largo a todos aquellos que han sido candidatos y candidatas y que me han acompañado en este camino recorriendo Chile, escuchando a su pueblo, sus dolores y sus necesidades. Y quiero saludar especialmente a aquellos que han tenido que enfrentar grandes problemas. En primer lugar, a Evelyn Matei, que fue víctima de una campaña horrible que se basó en instalar mentiras, en desacreditarla. Estos hechos en la política no se pueden permitir. No se pueden permitir.
She's complaining about the candidacy, about the campaign against Matei, I think.
A Marco Enríquez Ominami y su tesón por nunca dejar de compartir su visión de Chile y su análisis crítico. Sin duda, un gran aporte para la política con una opinión contundente que debemos saber valorar. Quiero saludar al profe Artés. Y su tesón, su capacidad, y aquí lo veo y lo compruebo, para siempre estar rodeado de la juventud. Quiero saludar a Harold May Nichols, tremendo líder. Quiero decir que su liderazgo nunca será olvidado. En los momentos difíciles siempre ha estado disponible para encabezar distintas tareas y modelar un país en el cual sea lo que prime el encuentro entre chilenas y chilenos, principios y valores que compartimos. Quiero saludar también a la sorpresa de la noche, a Franco Parisi. Quiero felicitarlo. Porque ha sabido interpretar con medidas radicales e innovadoras un gran sentir ciudadano. Y es obligación de nosotros escuchar al pueblo. Al pueblo se le escucha, se le atiende y se le trata de interpretar. Por eso, lo que ha hecho Franco Parisi no es menor y se merece nuestro respeto y nuestro aplauso.
She congratulated Parisi for his surprisingly good performance.
También decirlo. Quiero felicitar también a mi familia.
She's acknowledging her family now. They're coming up. The family's coming up. I guess.
Quiero agradecerle a mi familia porque estos desafíos en los cuales, créanme que no me amilano porque soy una luchadora, y así vamos a enfrentar la segunda vuelta. Muchas veces sí llevan amargura quienes más nos aman, llevan tristezas, desvelo y preocupaciones. Y por eso mamá, hermanos, hermanas, primas, sobrinos, pinche, les quiero agradecer. Quiero agradecer también a todos los amigos que nos acompañaron en este camino y que se revitaliza, porque mañana parte de nuevo. Y está aquí, significativamente presente arriba de este escenario, mis amigos de la infancia, de la población El Cortijo de Conchalí, a quienes quiero saludar. Mi amiga la Handy, mi amigo el Marcelo.
I think those are her child or old friends.
Gracias, amigo. Así somos los chilenos. Somos familia, somos amistad, somos camino conjunto y por sobre todo somos futuro. No dejen que el miedo congele sus corazones. No vale la pena. Al miedo hay que combatirlo dándole más seguridad a las familias. No inventando soluciones imaginarias en cabezas que de un segundo para otro se le ocurre una idea más radical que la siguiente, en cabezas que creen que tienen que esconderse detrás de un vidrio blindado, en cabezas que quieren hacerles creer que alguien los va a atacar. Nuestro país tiene futuro y el futuro está en nuestras niñas y niños. Como ustedes saben, quiero contarles que vengo mirando, por cierto, las propuestas de los otros candidatos. Y quiero contarles ahora que valoro profundamente la propuesta de la devolución del IVA de los medicamentos que está en el programa de Franco Parisi. Quiero contarles que además valoro las esquinas deportivas que están en el programa de Harold May Nichols. Por cierto, en el caso de Evelyn, ¿cómo no vamos a valorar la reducción de los tiempos de espera oncológica? Y lo tomaremos, porque cuando la salud en Chile no se soluciona, son quienes tienen menos recursos los que más sufren. Quiero señalar además que vamos a recuperar 400 barrios vulnerables, como lo propone Marco Enrique Sominami, y los centros artísticos del profe Artés, solo por mencionar algunas de las propuestas que han estado en el debate público. Y quiero decir algo más. Estas ideas debieran estar en el programa de gobierno de quien sea elegida presidenta. No importa quién sea elegida presidenta en segunda vuelta, pero debiera tomarla esa presidenta.
She mentioned policies of other candidates that I think she was supporting.
Muchas gracias. Hoy se inicia una nueva elección y los desafíos son inmensos. Pero yo no sé si en la vida de algún chileno o chilena común y corriente como yo, alguna cosa ha sido fácil. Los desafíos nos motivan, los desafíos nos ponen la vara alta y nos hacen luchar para conquistarlos. Y quiero decirles que me paro desde la realidad. Casi la mitad de los chilenos y chilenas no votaron ni por mí ni por Kast. Y a ellos desde mañana les vamos a salir a hablar y a escucharles atentamente. Se lo merecen. Quien quiera representar a Chile tiene que escuchar a todos los chilenos y chilenas. Quiero decirles que ahora comienza el momento en el cual ustedes deberán escoger. Los que están en su casa, los que votaron y los que no votaron por mí. Habrán solo 2 candidatos con 2 proyectos país muy distintos detrás, pero además con liderazgos distintos. Yo les quiero decir que no voy a hablar solamente de lo que voy a hacer, sino que una vez más quiero reivindicar lo que hemos hecho. Recuperamos 580.000 puestos de trabajo. Redujimos la informalidad en un 26%. Aumentamos históricamente el sueldo mínimo. Sacamos adelante las 40 horas.
She's talking about the
Y por
achievements
cierto,
of the government.
aun cuando muchos se opusieron, sacamos adelante una reforma previsional para el país, después de 43 años.
She's of the
Quiero
governing
decirles
coalition,
que esto lo
so.
logramos hacer en 3 años en los que estuve como ministra. Lamento que en los 16 años que Kast estuvo como diputado, nadie recuerde una sola ley o un solo acuerdo que haya sacado por el bien del país. Esa es la realidad, esa es la realidad. Y me voy a encargar de que la realidad, la claridad y las diferencias entre lo que significa que los destinos de Chile los dirija la ultraderecha versus el progresismo en nuestro país, que ha sido quien ha logrado avanzar en derechos sociales, políticos, económicos, para las mujeres, de las diversidades, esté siempre presente.
She's saying that the country will be much
Yo
better
no hago
off
promesas falsas.
under her
Hablo
than
de
the
lo que
right
ya he
wing.
hecho y le digo concretamente lo que vamos a hacer. Y quiero darle un mensaje a la ciudadanía chilena. Las 4 semanas espero que escuchen atentamente nuestras propuestas. Algunos tratan de convencernos que para que el país crezca, las trabajadoras y trabajadores del país deben seguir sacrificándose y no ganando un sueldo que les alcance al menos para vivir. Y yo les quiero decir que el crecimiento tiene sentido si, solo si, llega a todas las mesas de Chile. Por eso vamos a avanzar con el ingreso vital de 750.000 pesos. Y no va a ser lo único, porque tengo claro en mi recorrido por el país, sobre todo por el norte, la necesidad de avanzar en un control migratorio más efectivo, en fortalecer la seguridad pública. Y por eso, junto con fortalecer las policías y lo preventivo, vamos a insistir en que en Chile se levante el secreto bancario y sigamos la ruta sucia del dinero.
She's talking about reducing
A los
crime
que se
and
nieguen,
reducing
como Kast, a
controlling
levantar el
immigration
secreto
better.
bancario, aquí les digo, el que nada hace, nada teme. El que nada hace, nada teme. Queridos compatriotas, vamos a tener días intensos, pero esos son los que a mí me gustan. ¿A qué se vino? ¿A qué se vino la vida? Si no es a luchar para combatir la desigualdad, a vivir la vida con intensidad y con alegría y abrazarnos como la única patria que somos. Quienes nos dividen y siembran el odio hacen un muy mal negocio para el futuro de Chile. Desde ya les agradezco hoy día su apoyo a todos los chilenos y chilenas que votaron por mí, y a aquellos que no lo hicieron, quiero decirles que mi corazón está abierto y disponible para tratar de convencerles y ganar conciencias y corazones. No por un cargo, porque no es lo que a mí me interesa, sí por el futuro de nuestra patria y sobre todo por nuestras niñas y niños. ¡Viva Chile!
¡Viva!
Muchas gracias.
So I didn't understand the whole thing, but she was talking about how she's not running for herself to be in charge. She's running for the good of Chile. There's 4 weeks left until the runoff, and they're going to be trying to convince people who didn't vote for her to vote for her. She was saying that she thinks that, you know, the country will be better off under her as president than the right wing. She talked about that. What else can I remember that she was talking about? She was talking about some of the achievements that she said the current government, which she was a part of, achieved, like reducing the number of work hours from 45 to 40, I think it was, and I think it was raising the minimum wage. And she was just saying that's going to be an important for the future for the children of the country, who they choose in this election. And she also acknowledged that not everybody vote for her. And I think she said something like that she was going to work on convincing the people that her candidacy is the best for them as well. So What else? Gears and Gadgets says it will be a lot of work, but that's good, she said also. Yeah, thanks. I know some people were translating in the chat, so I really appreciate that. But it was interesting. It was interesting because, like, what she wasn't doing, you know, like usually, like in America, in a speech like this, you'd say something and people would clap and you'd take a break. So I was trying to jump in and say, oh, I think she was just talking about this, but she kind of just kept going. So I didn't really have much of a chance to jump in. But and then she spent some time talking about some proposals from other candidates in this election and suggesting they were good ideas. So she talked about that a bit. Unfortunately, was Kast already speaking? I thought Kast might have already spoken. Anyways, I know most people don't understand the language anyway, so. Silent Hero says, I could barely keep up in my translation. But thanks to the people who translate. The one and only said she also gave stats and numbers. So thanks to people who translated in the chat, because I know we had some people doing that. Christian Cubijos Bravo says she spoke about lifting bank secrecy laws to reduce corruption. See, I didn't even catch that. Sydney thought it was leftist propaganda. But she was certainly talking about trying to reach out to all the country. Archer says Chileans are known for speaking fast. Oh, so let me just show you quickly the latest results here. Hold on a second. So if we go to results, I had it before. President. Okay, with 71% of the vote in, Jara has 26.67%. She is the left-wing governing coalition communist candidate, and Kast, the right-wing candidate, has 24.19%. So this will be seen as a positive result for Kast, they were predicted to be the 1-2 going in, and I think the prediction was that there'd be more of a spread between them. So he is going to be the favorite going into the runoff, because the idea is that there's more people who lean right who didn't vote for either of them than there are who lean left. Yeah, so Kast he is quite right-wing, but in this race he played down his social policies views and really emphasized crime, being tough on crime and tough on immigration. That's what he really emphasized. So he was not emphasizing his conservative social views in this campaign like he had done in the past. William Schultz thinks Jara will get destroyed in the runoff. She was the only left-wing candidate in the field. And then in terms of the Senate, see, I don't know how to read this. Like, this is Senate race, and I would have to look up and see, like, what all these numbers and parties mean. I don't know off the top of my head know what each party is and how much they got in the... I guess, look at the current breakdown of parties in the Senate. Current Senate party breakdown, Chile. Senate of Chile. There's a government alliance. There's different groupings here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make... Yes, as Big E Man says, Kaiser, the ultra-right-wing candidate, endorsed Kast. That is true. So I don't know that I'm going to be able to make sense of this quickly. all of this. And the House, and also there's the deputies for their, is it the Chamber of Deputies? But it would be like the House of Representatives in the U.S. Maybe I can find some quick analysis on this from like a Chilean news outlet. Hang on a moment here. I don't know that I'll be able to give you good coverage of that live, given my limitations. Yes, as Archer says, only about half of the Senate is up for election, whereas is it the Chamber of Deputies? All of them are being elected. Oh, I missed this. Mega News said that Jara said one always hopes for better results. Yes, Kast already spoke as well. Kast said, according to CHV News, we must prevent the continuation of a very bad government. Yeah, unfortunately, I did not have video of Kast. Both of the outlets I had were, they spoke at the same time, I think. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I think I have some video from the Kast event. Hold on a second. Give me a moment here. But I think he already spoke. Is Kaiser speaking at the Kast event right now? Is that what's happening? Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you. Give me a moment here. I have it in front of me. I'm just seeing if I can pull it up on the screen for you. If I'm seeing it right, I think that the ultra-right-wing candidate Kaiser might be speaking at the Kast event. Right now. Let's see. Is this what's going on? Someone can tell me. Right here, right there. This is the Kast event, and that's Kaiser speaking, right? Yes.
Decirles que tenemos la convicción de que un gobierno encabezado por José Antonio Kast va a ser múltiples veces mejor que cualquier cosa que pueda ofrecer este feneciente gobierno. Tenemos la certeza también de que va a ser un gobierno mucho más honesto, mucho más amante de la verdad y por lo demás un gobierno que le va a entregar a Chile un mucho mejor pasar que aquello que ofrecen los zurdos empobrecedores, como decía cierta persona de Allende los Andes. Así es que, damas y caballeros, un mes más tuvimos de campaña presidencial, dimos todo y ahora nos toca darlo todo de nuevo por Chile, para que José Antonio Kast sea el presidente de la República y para que empecemos a recorrer el camino de la recuperación económica, de la recuperación en materia de seguridad y les puedo asegurar de que también vamos a tratar de meter nuestra baza para recuperarnos en otras áreas. Así es que ese sería nuestro día.
He's saying he wants Kast to win.
Yo le diría
be better for the economy, for example,
ahí,
and security.
Nosotros vamos a estar a disposición de lo que José Antonio requiera para esta campaña.
Kaiser's to the
Nosotros
right
no
of
imponemos
Kast.
ni solicitamos nada.
He was seen as like really
Nosotros
ultra
venimos
right.
aquí
He's also a
a hacer lo que
libertarian.
comprometimos, que era entregar un respaldo irrestricto en segunda vuelta al candidato que pasase entonces contra la señora Jara.
¿Qué le parece el resultado de París?
Purple Cat Audio
Me
thinks
parece que
Kaiser would
París
be in the
defondó
cabinet.
completamente al gobierno. Es el desastre del Frente Amplio lo que acaba de suceder. Frente Amplio, el Partido Comunista, la antigua socialdemocracia que estaba representada en el PPD, PS, etcétera, ha sido completamente devastada por la intervención del PDG en este momento.
¿Esperan desde su sector lograr conquistar esos votos de París?
¿Cómo?
¿Esperan desde el sector lograr conquistar esos votos?
Mire, yo le puedo asegurar una cosa. El votante de París no es tonto y no tiene ganas de pasar hambre, así que estoy absolutamente convencido de que van a votar por José Antonio Kast en segunda vuelta.
Diputado, su reflexión acerca de los resultados obtenidos. Usted comentaba anteriormente que ustedes esperaban un poco más, pero hubo una muy buena votación de todas formas.
No, mire, nosotros hace un año atrás no existíamos. Hace 6 meses atrás éramos un partido recién conformado. Hace 3 meses atrás estábamos armando nuestro Tribunal Supremo y recién pudimos levantar candidatos parlamentarios. La verdad es que es un milagro lo que nosotros hemos logrado y desde esa perspectiva estamos muy satisfechos. Evidentemente que uno siempre quiere más, pero la verdad es que tampoco no es bueno atragantarse tampoco. ¿Estamos? Muchas gracias. Pero
Por supuesto.
There are Kast and Kaiser. There's Kast right here.
Agradecerle a Johannes Kaiser y a su equipo
This is Kast
por
right
el
here.
trabajo que han realizado en este corto tiempo. Como bien lo dice Johannes, hicieron algo increíble en muy poco tiempo, constituyeron un partido que se convirtió en uno de los partidos más grandes o el partido más grande de Chile, recorrieron Chile entero, me consta el sacrificio que eso implica hacerlo por tierra, porque es un país muy largo desde Arica, Parinacota hasta Magallanes y ustedes lo hicieron. Siempre hablando de frente y eso también se agradece y quiero también darle las gracias una vez más por el apoyo irrestricto, como ustedes han señalado, para esta segunda vuelta electoral. Como lo mencioné en la intervención anterior, que también estuvo aquí Evelyn Matei, a quien agradezco también, hoy día lo que requerimos es unidad. Unidad para recuperar nuestra nación, para recuperarnos en temas de seguridad, como lo mencionaba Johannes, en temas económicos, en temas sociales, temas tan relevantes como la salud, la vivienda, la educación, que se han visto muy afectados por las malas políticas y la mala dirección del actual gobierno. El llamado es a todos los chilenos a que unidos logremos recuperarnos, saquemos adelante nuestra patria, que es lo más importante. También señalar que a partir de mañana ya nos ponemos a trabajar de nuevo a lo largo de todo Chile. Le pedimos también, al igual que lo hicimos con el otro conglomerado, que podamos compartir nuestras ideas, nuestros proyectos, nuestras políticas públicas para complementarlas y lograr lo mejor de nosotros para ofrecérselo a todos los chilenos. Así que, Johannes, muchas gracias. Valoro enormemente el apoyo que me ha dado Johannes y todo su equipo, a quienes conozco de bastante tiempo, reconozco su labor, reconozco su coraje, su valentía por haber levantado una propuesta política en tiempos que no eran fáciles y, como les digo, ya a partir de mañana podremos iniciar un trabajo más organizado. Hoy día lo que estamos haciendo es agradecer a los distintos comandos, a los distintos candidatos presidenciales y ya mañana podremos conversar con más calma respecto de cada uno de los temas que a ustedes les preocupan y decirles que a partir de mañana vamos a contestar todas las preguntas que ustedes tengan en las distintas materias. Hoy día lo que nos ocupa de verdad es que quienes nos acompañan y a quienes también agradezco como apoderados de mesa a lo largo de todo Chile puedan contabilizar hasta el último voto, porque ya está resuelto el tema para la segunda vuelta, están definidas las 2 personas que van a presentarse ante Chile. Nosotros, como decimos, esto es una elección muy importante entre continuidad y cambio real, cambio radical pero todavía está resolviéndose el tema parlamentario y esperamos que cada uno de los que está a lo largo de Chile cuidando los votos siga ahí hasta que se cuente el último voto de diputado.
presidente, ¿estaba en su expectativa? ¿Este triunfo contundente?
Nosotros siempre señalamos que esta fecha era relevante para decirle basta al actual gobierno. Y creo que la suma de los votos que se han obtenido de oposición al gobierno marcan ese desafío que teníamos y que bien ha señalado Johannes, muestra un antes y un después de un gobierno que llegó prometiendo muchas cosas que no solamente no cumplió, sino en las áreas donde retrocedimos. Por lo tanto, tenemos una tarea ardua, no va a ser fácil lo que viene, tenemos la discusión de un presupuesto que claramente no refleja la realidad del país, pero tendremos que ponernos de acuerdo entre todos para sacar adelante nuestra patria.
¿Se siente la nueva derecha, candidato?
Vuelvo a darle las gracias a cada uno de ustedes por el esfuerzo que han realizado también durante todo este día. Yo sé que la prensa ha tenido un trabajo arduo desde muy temprano hasta altas horas de la noche. Ahora vendrán muchos análisis seguramente en los distintos paneles que ustedes van a tener, pero cualquier otra consulta va a ser a partir de mañana. Así que les quiero agradecer infinitamente su presencia acá.
Ambos candidatos, gracias. Bueno, hicieron un gesto de reconocer su triunfo hoy, este paso. Yo sé que primero tiene que ganar la segunda vuelta, pero ¿a usted le gustaría que Johannes Kaiser y Evelyn Matei formaran, por ejemplo, parte de su equipo directamente en un gabinete?
Vuelvo a señalar que hoy día nuestra ocupación, y lo dijo muy bien Johannes Kaiser, toda nuestra fuerza está puesta en ganar la segunda vuelta. Toda nuestra energía está ahí. No está el día de hoy en decidir cómo se va a conformar un futuro gobierno, sino en un trabajo para ganar la segunda vuelta y convocar a todas las fuerzas, a todas las personas que quieran un cambio real para Chile, a que se movilicen a partir de ahora para que eso sea posible.
¿Pero le gustaría?
Así que muchas gracias.
¿Habrá espacio en la segunda
Muchas gracias.
vuelta para la batalla cultural?
¿Se siente la nueva derecha, diputado Kaiser?
Candidatos a hablar. Yo me siento solo de derecha. Pero tengo 50 años, de nuevo ya no.
Van a conversar en Plaza de Chile, vamos.
All right. So one thing I couldn't make out all of it, but one thing he kept saying is recovery. He talked about the country recovering from the current government and said he wants to change the country's policies and recover from what the current government has done, and so he said recovery several times, and having the country recover under his leadership as opposed to the current government. So he was grateful to Kaiser for endorsing him as well. So he talked about how they're going to be doing analysis of the results and all that. So I got that part. Desert Darlene says, I think Kaiser's going to get a high position in his cabinet. Well, Kaiser has, about 14% of the vote. And presumably that vote's going to go to, this clock shouldn't be up there. Presumably that vote's going to go to, or at least most of it will go to Kast. So the person you just heard speaking, Kast, that is the favorite to be the next president of Chile. And the runoff will be December 14th. Ebola Tom says, let's make Chile great again. All right. I think it might be our time. I think we've done what we came here to do. So, again, it looks like Chile is going to, right now it looks like Chile will be the latest country to move to the right politically, although I don't know what's going to happen ultimately with how their parliamentary elections are going to turn out. So that's a different question. Will I cover the runoff? I don't know. I'll have to see. The one and only said they called it the new right wing. I'll have to see if we cover the runoff. I don't know. I'll keep up and see how things are looking. It's possible we will do that. Anyways, I'm glad we were able to cover this. By the way, our viewer AD thinks Kast needs moderate endorsements. He doesn't need an ultra-right endorsement. In a runoff, people need to win over the moderates. And Papa Dog, our viewer, says Kast has always been a strong opponent of the government, and he's not going to appoint Kaiser as a minister yet. The problem is the candidate in Parisi. Yes, Parisi did well. I know he's an independent and ran as an economist. I think he might be moderate. He is independent and considered kind of an outsider. Hold on. So I don't know enough about Parisi to know where his voters are going to go. Anyways, so again, we've been covering this today to try to figure out if one thing is whether Chile would be the latest Latin American country to move right in recent years politically, like Bolivia and Argentina has done. It looks like they are. And look, again, it's an election in which Kast's big emphasis has been on crime and immigration. Hard line on crime and anti-crime, strong anti-crime policies, and also anti-immigration policies. Moving right or just anti-incumbent? Well, again, maybe, as I said before, from my understanding, since 1990, it's been between center-right and center-left, moved back and forth. This seems like he seems more right than center-right. And he hasn't been running as right as he has in the past. He has pretty strong right-wing cultural views. So we'll have to see what happens in the future, in the runoff. But I mean, at this point, he's the big favorite in the runoff. So, for example, I mean, The Economist in their article, and they don't use these terms lightly, they described Kast as an ultra-conservative. They say he's long opposed abortion, even in cases of rape. He's against same-sex marriage, but he has downplayed his social beliefs in this election and focused on security and immigration. He promises an emergency government, said The Economist. He says he will shut the border to illegal immigration using ditches, walls, and drones. Undocumented migrants will be nabbed, held in special detention centers, and deported. And he talks about a war against organized crime and promises new maximum security prisons. And he's a fan of Nayib Bukele's hardline approach to crime in El Salvador. So, again, it's just interesting that's where his general view, and he's and the current government is left wing in Chile. So it's interesting to see that he's now the favorite for this presidential election. Anyway, so I don't know if we're going to cover the runoff. We'll have to see. We very well might. But he is the major favorite now. I think we're going to wrap up this stream. But I really appreciate you joining. Those who joined the stream, I appreciate it. I know it's not a topic that many people were following, but I certainly think it's interesting. As one of the articles said, Colombia and Brazil have elections coming up next year. And they may move to the right as well. So we'll have to see what happens there. Okay, so I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for tuning in. If you want, you can subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda, Agenda Free TV. And I will post updates. I mean, I don't know if I'll have big updates soon about this. And again, it's important, the congressional elections. I just don't have a good take on what's happening right now in the congressional elections there. I'm not going to stay on just to cover that. But that's certainly something to keep an eye on as well. And that's only one round. So I'll keep an eye on about that. But you can follow me for news updates on X, at Lookner on X. I post there frequently about the news. And if there's other big news tonight, maybe we'll do another live stream. Oh, thanks, Deliri from Chile. Deliri Lucide Evi Laucast from Chile says, thanks for talking about this. Best wishes from Chile. Hey, that's so nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Maybe I would love to visit Santiago one day, or other parts of Chile, and other parts of Latin America. I was in Peru in April, in South America. In Mexico City last year. So we'll see what happens next. But I'd love to visit at some point. So a special shout out to all of our Chilean viewers watching. Huge thanks to our moderators for being here. Really appreciate it. They're awesome. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. People like Ruth Krafasi and Janet B on YouTube, Leslie Ladyhawk, Roberts May Queen, all of our YouTube moderators. Thanks so much. On Twitch, our moderators there. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3. On Facebook, Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Thank you for moderating. Linda Belk Larry and Misha on X. Thanks to all of our moderators. By the way, we do have I would suggest, Parisi is speaking now. I'm not going to cover it. I don't have video of it, I don't think, but it's time. It's time to wrap up this stream. Yeah, I don't have video of Parisi speaking anyway that I can show you, but it's time to wrap it up. The caption on CNN Chile says Parisi gets surprising third place in election. He came in third in 2021, I believe. He's like an independent candidate, economist. So that's very interesting. I don't know enough about Chilean politics to put that in perspective, but that was a quite interesting result, is that he did so well. But I would suggest turning on the notifications to the channel so you get notified whenever we come on live, because I never know when big news is going to happen. I think, for example, on Tuesday, I think the Epstein vote, the House vote on releasing the Epstein files, which in itself will not cause the Epstein files to be released because it would need to get approved in the Senate and by the president, but it'll be an important vote. If that happens this week, I'm sure we'll cover that. But to get notified when we're coming on the air, sign up for our free notifications. The mods will post a link to sign up for the notifications in the chat. You can find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook as well. But sign up for our free notifications. Cisco says, thanks for covering my country today. I appreciate we had a bunch of people who are in Chile or from Chile watching. So that was neat. Our viewer Nusku thinks that Chile's trade and cooperation with the West will likely grow significantly if Kast wins. Najir said Matei did an accusation against Kast for the bots, not Hara. That I did not catch. Old School Dad says last election Parisi endorsed Kast. Is that true? Ambi Ixt says Chilean politics are fascinating. Mia Moore is also Chilean. She was watching too. I really appreciate Chileans watching. Let's see here. Thanks to everybody who donated. That is super nice of you guys. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. That's what allows the channel to be on the air. Mitchell Pilot, I owe a thanks to. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot. And Tracy, our member. Dan and Maggie, I missed this. Dan and Maggie, thanks for the memberships. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Big Dog Gaming, thanks for your support over on Twitch. And thanks to everybody for donating. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But that's really nice of you guys. Thank you. Thanks to our Discord moderators for all you do to help the channel, Discord mods. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. Our Discord chat, it's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link, so check out our Discord chat as well. Hey, I want to shout out... Oh, and if you're watching on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. But the way to do that on YouTube, the way to turn on the YouTube notifications is you need to subscribe to the channel, and you have to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. So subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. I also want to shout out, I should have done this before, but I didn't. I'm sorry. Shout out our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there by subscribing, like Robert Real II and Chuck Mosca, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body Shannon Davis Hughes, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Diane Allworth, Martha Crawford, Marie Goodson Hamilton, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much. And our Twitch subscribers, thanks so much for supporting the channel, like CC, and HR Puffin Stuff, Edu Makashun, E-Biker. Thank you. And all of our other subscribers there. And our YouTube members. Thanks for being members. People like UV Lightning, Gary Baines, Larry Martinez, Corgi Coach Cho, JK Cinar, CAC 813, the one and only Louis Belmont Show. I'll be keeping an eye on what's going on in Venezuela. If there's big Venezuela developments, I'm sure we'll be covering it. Lisa J, JK Cinar, Marcus, thanks from Germany. Marcus, thanks for being a member. And all of our other members over there, thank you. Wickedest Witch, thanks. Thanks for letting me read your comments. Thanks for all the people with local knowledge for sharing your knowledge during the broadcast. Cisco says 4 runners up are right wing, not looking good for the left wing. That's what Cisco said. Yeah, I mean, Kast is considered the major favorite to win the runoff right now. Thanks, Cisco, for writing in. And thanks to everybody else for watching, too. I'm glad we were able to cover this. Something a little different today. Something a little different. Thank you, CAC, for watching. Thank you to Minidisc, Angelina Knox. Thanks for watching. All right, we're wrapping it up. We are wrapping it up. Mango Penguins. Sharkenly thinks this was a good outcome for the left because any other outcome would be bad. Well, it would have been bad for the left if Jara didn't qualify as one of the top 2. So she did do that. Oh, thanks Zatonim for subscribing as well, and Barcodable, and Rich Hallquist, and Night Owl. Thanks for subscribing over on Twitch. All right. You have been watching our live coverage of the Chilean elections. Did the best we could. I'm not a Chilean political expert, obviously. So I really appreciate you tuning in. And there will be a presidential runoff on December 14th, I believe it is. So that is it for now. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.